Hello, everyone. Welcome. Sorry about being a couple seconds late, I think. Pushing the unmute button on my microphone. I was assembling an international space station with my kid because she wanted to spend a little time together this morning before the stream. So I hope you all can forgive me. It's a really cool set. It's got a little mini space station or space shuttle and a couple little satellites and micro minifigs for the astronauts. So good times. But I did look up and realize it was 5 minutes till stream. Went, no, and then I ran. But yeah, so hope you can forgive me. 10 out of 10 would do it again, though. Absolutely. Hey, little dude. Actually got a couple really cool Lego sets this year for the holidays. So she got the International Space Station, and I got a replica of the original American version, Nintendo, so the NES instead of the Famicom, and a little TV, like a CRT TV on it, that you turn a crank and it plays a Mario level, and it looks really cool. And also a Charles Dickens A Christmas Carol scene that folds out like a Lego pop-up from a book. So some really cool Lego sets this year. But I do have a hot fresh pot of tea and all of you wonderful people and a good book to read. So we'll get into that in just a moment. Where's my... Thought maybe this time we'd open up with another Baudelaire. I'll take pictures of all of them once I'm done building them. I'm not done building all of them yet, but I will take and post pictures of them in the Discord so you guys can all see them. And I might try and do a video of the NES TV if I can. We'll see. My kid tried to break it. She was like, I want to play with it. What if I can make Mario jump a different path? And then it got stuck at the top of the TV. And she was like, I was like, did you break it? She's like, no, I didn't break it. I was like, you broke it, didn't you? I didn't break it. So I went over and partially disassembled it, put it back together. She's like, see, I didn't break it. Breaking my Lego set. I let you play with my toys and you break them. What the heck, child? So, I have the poem picked out. It's called Sympathetic Horror. Speaking of horror and the Weird Fiction Fridays, I decided that we are definitely going to take a break from obscure authors that I don't know, and we're going to read Frankenstein and then probably Dracula and maybe Invisible Man after that, and then we'll see where we go from there. But that should give us some occupation for a little bit. Take care of our reading for the next probably 2-3 months. Give me some time to vet the authors a little more, with some that are relatively safe. So we'll see how that goes. But Sympathetic Horror by Charles Baudelaire. From livid skies that without end, as stormy as your future roll, what thoughts into your empty soul? Answer me, libertine, descend. Insatiable yet for all that turns on darkness, doom or dice. I'll not, like Ovid, mourn my fall. chased from the Latin paradise. Skies torn like seacoasts by the storm. In you I see my pride take form, and the huge clouds that rush in streams are the black hearses of my dreams, and your red rays reflect the hell in which my heart is pleased to dwell. Let's see if we can pick one more out. Whoa. Hey, Sonny, thank you for the host. Hey, Alex, I'm glad you're here. And Gecko, welcome, welcome. Oh, also, it looks like we got a follow in between streams. So Danny was here. Thank you for the follow. If you happen to be in here or catching this on the VOD, either way, we're glad to have you. Story, did you see that we're doing a giveaway this month? We're going to start doing it monthly. We decided, or I decided, I should say, that we're going to do like a trivia scavenger hunt thing. So the stories will be relevant, or not the stories, the questions, sorry. Every stream I will ask a question at intermission, and it'll have something to do with the stream. Either a story is read, something from the Discord, the Patreon, the calendar, could be anything associated with the stream. And you DM me the message in Discord with the question and the answer, and the most points at the end of the month wins. And it'll be one or more games that we play as a community on stream, and or on Steam, not stream. Man, I am all mixed up today. Sorry about that. Anyway, one or more games that our community plays together on Steam, so that you guys can play along. And I say one or more because it depends on what you guys own. I don't want to say, well, the game's going to be Stardew and you all already have copies of Stardew. That wouldn't be very, very good. So what game it'll be will depend on what's already in your Steam library and what we play as a group and that kind of thing. So the prize will be determined per individual. First correct answer gets a bonus point, but you can submit the answers anytime up until the end of the month. So you don't have to listen live. You can pick it up from the VOD. So if you listen to the VOD, you can get the question from there. But you have to listen. I will not post the questions anywhere. You must listen to the stream, at least for that 5 minutes of intermission, in order to get the question, because it'll be in there somewhere. But I thought it'd be a cool idea. Thought it might be a fun, engaging way to interact with you guys and do a scavenger hunt. We already did the first question for yesterday. Today we'll do another one at the intermission. So let's see. Here's one for you, Sonny. Cats by Charles Baudelaire. Feverish lovers, scholars in their lofts, both come in their due time to love the cat. Gentle but powerful, king of the parlor mat. Lazy like them and sensitive to drafts. Your cat, now, linked to learning and to love, exhibits a taste for silences and gloom, would make a splendid messenger of doom, if his first fierce pride would condescend to serve. Lost in his daydream, he assumes the pose of sphinxes in the desert, languidly fixed in a reverie that has no end. His loins are lit with the fires of alchemy, and bits of gold, small as the finest sand, fleck here and there the mystery of his eyes. Every time I find one of his cat poems, I think of you and Maestro and Snookers. You think somebody remind me of the other cat's name? Pretty sure the cat's not named Words Are Hard. That's the kind of thing I would name a cat. Or a dog, for that matter. Snockings. Okay, Snockings. I am so sorry, Sonny. I had it partially right. I hope you'll forgive me. Maybe, kind of. Alright. Well, let's jump into Mr. Nickleby's tale. I should probably change that month goal, huh? Let's just turn it off for now. We did not make our follower goal, by the way. So you guys will have to wait for another follower goal to try and earn the story of me in heels and a dress. So sorry that you're going to have to wait for that. What a crying shame. But such is life, at least around me, doomed to disappointment forever and ever. All right, so we were reading Nicholas Nickleby, and let's see, Nicholas had returned with Smike. Oh, you think a bottle of good scotch would get that story out of me? You're probably right. It has a good chance, at least once I've drunk a bit of the scotch. There's a decent chance I could get the story that way. Joke's on you, though. You got to figure out how in the world you're going to send me a bottle of scotch. But Nicholas and Smike had returned. They'd been taken in by Mr. Noggs and his uncle's assistant, and he had been counseled to wait a few days. We had checked in with his sister, who was pretty miserable and initially was loved by the head of the seamstresses, but once she was lauded for her beauty and the head of the seamstresses was basically called an old hag, her boss turned against her and started running her down to everyone and talking about how horrible she was because she was bitterly jealous of her. Kind of shallow, but many people are, so I suppose that's not exactly unrealistic. Now, we've arrived at chapter 20, wherein Nicholas at length encounters his uncle, to whom he expresses his sentiments with much candor. And sentiments and candor are both capitalized in his resolution. This doesn't sound like it's going to be a pleasant encounter. Yes, he took a job as a language tutor for the Kinnewig's daughters, I believe. Because he briefly thought about taking a position with that member of parliament, but he wanted him to do a whole lot for like no money whatsoever. And he said that the job probably wasn't for him, and nearly offended the member of parliament with it. All right. Little Miss Nickleby trotted briskly through diverse streets at the west end of the town, early on Monday morning, the day after the dinner, charged with the important commission of acquainting Madame Mantalini that Miss Nickleby was too unwell to attend that day, but hoped to be enabled to resume her duties on the morrow. And, as Miss Nickleby walked along, revolving in her mind various genteel forms and elegant turns of expression, with a view to the selection of the very best in which to couch her communication, she cogitated a good deal upon the probable causes of her young friend's indisposition. "I don't know what to make of it," said Miss Nickleby. "Her eyes were decidedly red last night. She said she had a headache. Headaches don't occasion red eyes. She must have been crying." Arriving at this conclusion, which indeed she had established to her perfect satisfaction on the previous evening, Miss Nickleby went on to consider, as she had done nearly all night, what new cause of unhappiness her young friend could possibly have had. "I can't think of anything," said the little portrait painter. "Nothing at all, unless it was the behavior of that old bear. Cross to her, I suppose. Unpleasant brute." Relieved by this expression of opinion. Ah, right. She had basically been trotted out like bait by her uncle at that dinner, and the guy had all but assaulted her. Oh, that's right. That was an unpleasant encounter. Relieved by this expression of opinion, albeit it was vented upon empty air, Miss Nickleby trotted on to Madame Mantalini's, and being informed that the governing power was not yet out of bed, requested an interview with the second in command, Uh-oh. Whereupon Miss Nagg appeared. So far as I am concerned, said Miss Nagg, when the message had been delivered with many ornaments of speech, I could spare Miss Nickleby for evermore. Oh, indeed, ma'am, rejoined Miss La Creevy, highly offended. But, you see, you are not mistress of the business, and therefore it's of no great consequence. Very good, ma'am, said Miss Nagg. Have you any further commands for me? No, I have not, ma'am, rejoined Miss La Creevy. Then good morning, ma'am, said Miss Nagg. Good morning to you, ma'am, and many obligations for your extreme politeness and good breeding, rejoined Miss La Creevy. This strikes me as being good morning rather like Bilbo did to Gandalf when we were reading The Hobbit the other day. Thus terminating the interview, during which both ladies had trembled very much and been marvellously polite, certain indications that they were within an inch of a very desperate quarrel, Miss La Creevy bounced out of the room and into the street. I wonder who that is, said the queer little soul. A nice person to know, I should think. I wish I had the painting of her. I'd do her justice. So, feeling quite satisfied that she had said a very cutting thing at Miss Nagg's expense, Miss La Creevy had a hearty laugh and went home to breakfast in good humor. Here was one of the advantages of having lived alone so long. The little bustling, active, cheerful creature existed entirely within herself, talked to herself, made a confidant of herself, was as sarcastic as she could be on people who offended her, by herself, pleased herself and did no harm. If she indulged in scandal, nobody's reputation suffered, and if she enjoyed a little bit of revenge, no living soul was one atom the worse. One of the many to whom, from straitened circumstances, a consequent inability to form the associations they would wish, and a disinclination to mix with the society they could obtain, London is as complete a solitude as the plains of Syria. The humble artist had pursued her lonely but contented way for many years, and until the peculiar misfortunes of the Nickleby family attracted her attention, had made no friends, though brimful of the friendliest feelings to all mankind. There are many warm hearts in the same solitary guise as poor little Miss La Creevy's. I feel like we should queue up all the lonely people right now. However, that's neither here nor there. Just now, she went home to breakfast and had scarcely caught the full flavor of her first sip of tea when the servant announced a gentleman, whereat Miss La Creevy, at once imagining a new sitter, transfixed by admiration at the street-door case, was in unspeakable consternation at the presence of the tea-things. Here, take 'em away. Run with 'em into the bedroom. Anywhere, said Miss La Creevy. Dear, dear, to think that I should be late on this particular morning of all others, after being ready for 3 weeks by 8:30 o'clock, and not a soul coming near the place. Don't let me put you out of the way, said a voice Miss La Creevy knew. I told the servant not to mention my name, because I wished to surprise you. Mr. Nicholas, cried Miss La Creevy, starting in great astonishment. You have not forgotten me, I see, replied Nicholas, extending his hand. Why, I should think I should even have known you if I had met you in the street, said Miss La Creevy with a smile. Hannah, another cup and saucer. Now, I'll tell you what, young man, I'll trouble you not to repeat the impertinence you were guilty of on the morning you went away. You, remember he kind of flirted with her a bit, trying to make friends with her. You would not be very angry, would you? Asked Nicholas. Wouldn't I? Said Miss La Creevy. You had better try, that's all. Nicholas, with becoming gallantry, immediately took Miss La Creevy at her word, who uttered a faint scream and slapped his face. But it was not a very hard slap, and that's the truth. I never saw such a rude creature, exclaimed Miss La Creevy. You told me to try, said Nicholas. Well, but I was speaking ironically, rejoined Miss La Creevy. Oh, well, that's another thing, said Nicholas. You should have told me that, too. I dare say you didn't know, indeed, retorted Miss La Creevy. But now I look at you again. You seem thinner than when I saw you last, and your face is haggard and pale. And how come you to have left Yorkshire? She stopped there, for there was so much heart in her altered tone and manner that Nicholas was quite moved. I need look somewhat changed, he said, after a short silence, for I have undergone some suffering, both of mind and body, since I left London. I have been very poor, too, and have even suffered from want. Good heaven, Mr. Nicholas, exclaimed Miss La Creevy. What are you telling me? Nothing which need distress you quite so much, answered Nicholas, with a more sprightly air. Neither did I come here to bewail my lot, but on matter more to the purpose. I wish to meet my uncle face to face. I should tell you that first. Then all I have to say about that is, interposed Miss La Creevy, that I don't envy you your taste, and that sitting in the same room with his very boots would put me out of humour for a fortnight. In the main, said Nicholas, there may be no great difference of opinion between you and me, so far. But you will understand that I desire to confront him, to justify myself, and to cast his duplicity and malice in his throat. Oh, that's quite another matter, rejoined Miss La Creevy. Heaven forgive me, but I shouldn't cry my eyes quite out of my head if they choked him. Well? To this end I called upon him this morning, said Nicholas. He only returned to town on Saturday, and I knew nothing of his arrival until late last night. And did you see him? Asked Miss La Creevy. No, replied Nicholas. He had gone out. Ha, said Miss La Creevy. On some kind, charitable business, I dare say. I have reason to believe, pursued Nicholas, from what has been told to me by a friend of mine who is acquainted with his movements, that he intends seeing my mother and sister today, and giving them his version of the occurrences that have befallen me. I will meet him there. That's right, said Miss La Creevy, rubbing her hands. And yet, I don't know, she added. There is much to be thought of, others to be considered. I have considered others, rejoined Nicholas, but as honesty and honour are both at issue, nothing shall deter me. You should know best, said Miss La Creevy. In this case, I hope so, answered Nicholas, and all I want you to do for me is to prepare them for my coming. They think me a long way off, and if I went wholly unexpected, I should frighten them. If you can spare time to tell them that you have seen me, and that I shall be with them in a quarter of an hour afterward, you would do me a great service. I wish I could do you, or any of you, a greater, said Miss La Creevy. What do you think? You think she meant that as dirty as that sounded? But the power to serve is as seldom joined with the will, as the will is with the power, I think. Talking on very fast and very much, Miss La Creevy finished her breakfast with great expedition, put away the tea-caddy, and hid the key under the fender, resumed her bonnet, and, taking Nicholas's arm, sallied forth at once to the city. Nicholas left her near the door of his mother's house, and promised to return within a quarter of an hour. It so chanced that Ralph Nickleby, at length seeing fit, for his own purposes, to communicate the atrocities of which Nicholas had been guilty, had, instead of first proceeding to another quarter of the town on business, as Newman Noggs supposed he would, gone straight to his sister-in-law. Hence, when Miss La Creevy, admitted by a girl who was cleaning the house, made her way to the sitting-room, she found Mrs. Nickleby and Kate in tears, and Ralph just concluding his statement of his nephew's misdemeanors. Kate beckoned her not to retire, and Miss La Creevy took a seat in silence. You are already here, are you, my gentleman? Thought the little woman. Then he shall announce himself, and see what effect that has on you. This is pretty, said Ralph, folding up Miss Squeer's note. Very pretty. I recommend him, against all my previous conviction, for I knew he would never do any good, to a man with whom, behaving himself properly, he might have remained in comfort for years. What is the result? Conduct for which he might hold up his hand at the Old Bailey. I never will believe it, said Kate indignantly. Never. It is some base conspiracy which carries its own falsehood with it. My dear, said Ralph, you wrong the worthy man. These are not inventions. The man is assaulted. Your brother is not to be found. This boy of whom they speak goes with him. Remember? Remember? It is impossible, said Kate. Nicholas, and a thief too? Mamma, how can you sit and hear such statements? Poor Mrs. Nickleby, who had at no time been remarkable for the possession of a very clear understanding, and who had been reduced by the late changes in her affairs to a most complicated state of perplexity, made no other reply to this earnest remonstrance than exclaiming from behind a mass of pocket-handkerchief that she never could have believed it, thereby most ingeniously leaving her hearers to suppose that she did believe it. "It would be my duty, if he came in my way, to deliver him up to justice," said Ralph. "My bounden duty. I should have no other course, as a man of the world and a man of business, to pursue." "And yet," said Ralph, speaking in a very marked manner, and looking furtively but fixedly at Kate, "and yet I would not. I would spare the feelings of his sister, and his mother, of course," added Ralph, as though by an afterthought, and with far less emphasis. Kate was very well understood that this was held out as an additional inducement to her to preserve the strictest silence regarding the events of the preceding night. She looked involuntarily toward Ralph as he ceased to speak, but he had turned his eyes another way, and seemed for the moment quite unconscious of her presence. "Everything," said Ralph, after a long silence, broken only by Mrs. Nickleby's sobs. "He is a bastard, for sure. Everything combines to prove the truth of this letter, if indeed there were any possibility of disputing it. Do innocent men steal away from the sight of honest folks, and skulk in hiding places like outlaws? Do innocent men inveigle nameless vagabonds, and prowl with them about the country as idle robbers do? Assault, riot, theft, what do you call these?" "A lie!" cried a voice, as the door was dashed open, and Nicholas came into the room. In the very first moment of surprise, and possibly of alarm, Ralph rose from his seat and fell back a few paces, quite taken off his guard by this unexpected apparition. In another moment he stood, fixed and immovable, with folded arms, regarding his nephew with a scowl, while Kate and Miss Nickleby threw themselves between the two, to prevent the personal violence which the first fierce excitement Sorry, clearly I was overcome by the emotion of the scene. I had to start coughing. My bad. To prevent the personal violence which the fierce excitement of Nicholas appeared to threaten. I wasn't choking, just coughing, just a tickle in the throat, that's all. Promise. "Dear Nicholas," cried his sister, clinging to him, "be calm. Consider." "Consider, Kate," cried Nicholas, clasping her hands so tight in the tumult of his anger that she could scarcely bear the pain. "When I consider all, and think of what is past, I need be made of iron to stand before him." "Or bronze," said Ralph quietly. "There is not hardihood enough in flesh and blood to face it out." "Oh, dear, dear," cried Mrs. Nickleby, "that things should have come to such a pass as this." "Who speaks in such a tone, as if I had done wrong and brought disgrace on them?" said Nicholas, looking round. "Your mother, sir," replied Ralph, motioning towards her. "Whose ears have been poisoned by you," said Nicholas. "By you, who under pretense of deserving the thanks she poured upon you, heaped every insult, wrong, and indignity upon my head. You, who sent me to a den where sordid cruelty, worthy of yourself, runs wanton, and youthful misery stalks precocious, where the lightness of childhood shrinks into the heaviness of age, and its every promise blights and withers as it grows. I call heaven to witness," said Nicholas, looking eagerly round, "that I have seen all this, and that he knows it." "Refute these calumnies," said Kate, "and be more patient, so that you may give them no advantage. Tell us what you really did, and show that they are untrue." "Of what do they, or of what does he, accuse me?" said Nicholas. "First, of attacking your master, and being within an ace of qualifying yourself to be tried for murder," interposed Ralph. "I speak plainly, young man, bluster as you will." "I interfered," said Nicholas, "to save a miserable creature from the vilest cruelty. In so doing, I inflicted such punishment upon a wretch as he will not readily forget, though far less than he deserved from me. If the same scene were renewed before me now, I would take the same part, but I would strike harder and heavier, and brand him with such marks as he should carry to his grave, go to it when he would." "You hear," said Ralph, turning to Mrs. Nickleby. "Penitence, this." "Oh, dear me," cried Mrs. Nickleby. "I don't know what to think. I really don't." "Do not speak just now, mamma, I entreat you," said Kate. "Dear Nicholas, I only tell you that you may know what wickedness can prompt, but they accuse you of— a ring is missing, and they dare to say—" "The woman," said Nicholas haughtily, the wife of the fellow from whom these charges come, dropped, as I suppose, a worthless ring among some clothes of mine early in the morning on which I left the house. At least I know that she was in the bedroom where they lay, struggling with an unhappy child, and that I found it when I opened my bundle on the road. I returned it at once by coach, and they have it now." I knew, said Kate, looking toward her uncle. "About this boy, love, in whose company they say you left." "The boy, a silly, helpless creature from brutality and hard usage, is with me now," rejoined Nicholas. "You hear," said Ralph, appealing to the mother again. "Everything proved, even upon his own confession. Do you choose to restore that boy, sir?" "No, I do not," replied Nicholas. "You do not," sneered Ralph. "No," repeated Nicholas, "not to the man with whom I found him. I would that I knew on whom he has the claim of birth. I might wring something from his sense of shame if he were dead to every tie of nature." "Indeed," said Ralph. "Now, sir, will you hear a word or two from me?" "You can speak when and what you please," replied Nicholas, embracing his sister. "I take little heed of what you say or threaten." "Mighty well, sir," retorted Ralph. "But perhaps it may concern others, who may think it worth their while to listen, and consider what I tell them. I will address your mother, sir, who knows the world." "Ah, and I only too dearly wish I didn't," sobbed Mrs. Nickleby. There really was no necessity for the good lady to be much distressed upon this particular head, the extent of her worldly knowledge being, to say the least, very questionable. And so Ralph seemed to think, for he smiled as she spoke. He then glanced steadily at her and Nicholas by turns, as he delivered himself in these words. "Of what I have done or what I mean to do for you, ma'am, and my niece, I say not one syllable. I held out no promise, and leave you to judge for yourself. I hold out no threat now, but I say that this boy, headstrong, willful, and disorderly as he is, should not have one penny of my money, or one crust of my bread, or one grasp of my hand, to save him from the loftiest gallows in all Europe. I will not meet him, come where he comes, or hear his name. I will not help him, or those who help him. With a full knowledge of what he brought upon you by so doing, he has come back in his selfish sloth to be an aggravation of your wants, and a burden upon his sister's scanty wages. I regret to leave you, and more to leave her now, but I will not encourage this compound of meanness and cruelty. And, as I will not ask you to renounce him, I see you no more." If Ralph had not known and felt his power in wounding those he hated, his glances at Nicholas would have shown it him in all its force as he proceeded in the above address. Innocent as the young man was of all wrong, every artful insinuation stung, every well-considered sarcasm cut him to the quick. And when Ralph noted his pale face and quivering lip, he hugged himself to mark how well he had chosen the taunts best calculated to strike deep into a young and ardent spirit. "I can't help it," cried Mrs. Nickleby. "I know you have been very good to us, and meant to do a good deal for my dear daughter. I am quite sure of that. I know you did. And it was very kind of you, having her at your house and all. And of course it would have been a great thing for her and for me too. But I can't, brother-in-law, I can't renounce my own son, even if he has done all you say he has. It's not possible. I couldn't do it. So we must go to rack and ruin, Kate, my dear. I can bear it, I dare say." Pouring forth these and a perfectly wonderful train of other disjointed expressions of regret, which no mortal power but Mrs. Nickleby's could ever have strung together, that lady wrung her hands and her tears fell faster. "Why do you say if Nicholas has done what they say he has, Mamma?" asked Kate, with honest anger. "You know he has not." "I don't know what to think, one way or the other, my dear," said Mrs. Nickleby. "Nicholas is so violent, and your uncle has so much composure, that I can only hear what he says and not what Nicholas does. Never mind. Don't let us talk any more about it. We can go to the workhouse, or the refuge for the destitute, or the Magdalen Hospital, I dare say, and the sooner we go, the better." With this extraordinary jumble of charitable institutions, Mrs. Nickleby again gave way to her tears. "Excuse me." "Stay," said Nicholas, as Ralph turned to go. "You need not leave this place, sir, for it will be relieved of my presence in 1 minute, and it will be long, very long, before I darken these doors again." "Nicholas," cried Kate, throwing herself on her brother's shoulder, "do not say so. My dear brother, you will break my heart. Mamma, speak to him. Do not mind her, Nicholas. She does not mean it. You should know her better. Uncle, somebody, for heaven's sake, speak to him. I never meant, Kate, said Nicholas tenderly. I never meant to stay among you. Think better of me than to suppose it possible. I may turn my back on this town for a few hours sooner than I intended. But what of that? We shall not forget each other apart, and better days will come when we shall part no more. Be a woman, Kate, he whispered proudly, and do not make me one while he looks on. No, I will not, said Kate eagerly. But you will not leave us. Oh, think of all the happy days we have had together before these terrible misfortunes came upon us, of all the comfort and happiness of home, and the trials we have to bear now, of our having no protector under all the slights and wrongs that poverty so much favors, and you cannot leave us to bear them alone, without one hand to help us. You will be helped when I am away, replied Nicholas hurriedly. I am no help to you, no protector. I should bring you nothing but sorrow and want and suffering. My own mother sees it, and her fondness and fears for you point to the course that I should take. And so, all good angels bless you, Kate, till I can carry you to some home of mine where we may revive the happiness denied to us now, and talk of these trials as of things gone by. Do not keep me here, but let me go at once. There, dear girl, dear girl. The grasp which had detained him relaxed, and Kate swooned in his arms. Nicholas stooped over her for a few seconds, and placing her gently in a chair, confided her to their honest friend. I need not entreat your sympathy, he said, wringing her hand, for I know your nature. You will never forget them. He stepped up to Ralph, who remained in the same attitude with which he had preserved throughout the interview, and moved not a finger. Whatever step you take, sir, he said, in a voice inaudible beyond themselves, I shall keep a strict account of it. I leave them to you at your desire. There will be a day of reckoning sooner or later, and it will be a heavy one for you if they are wronged. Ralph did not allow a muscle of his face to indicate that he heard one word of this parting address. He hardly knew that it was concluded, and Miss Nickleby had scarcely made up her mind to detain her son by force if necessary, when Nicholas was gone. As he hurried through the streets to his obscure lodging, seeking to keep pace, as it were, with the rapidity of the thoughts which crowded upon him, many doubts and hesitations arose in his mind, and almost tempted him to return. But what would they gain by this? Supposing he were to put Ralph Nickleby at defiance, and were even fortunate enough to obtain some small employment, his being with them could only render their present condition worse, and might greatly impair their future prospects. For his mother had spoken of some new kindness toward Kate, which she had not denied. No, thought Nicholas, I have acted for the best. But before he had gone 500 yards, some other indifferent feeling would come upon him, and then he would lag again, and pulling his hat over his eyes, give way to the melancholy reflections which pressed thickly upon him. To have committed no fault, and yet to be so entirely alone in the world, to be separated from the only persons he loved, and to be proscribed like a criminal, when 6 months ago he had been surrounded by every comfort, and looked up to as the chief hope of his family. This was hard to bear. He had not deserved it either. Well, there was comfort in that, and poor Nicholas would brighten up again, to be again depressed, and as his quickly shifting thoughts presented every variety of light and shade before him. Undergoing these alterations of hope and misgiving, which no one, placed in a situation of ordinary trial, can fail to have experienced, Nicholas at length reached his poor room, where, no longer borne up by the excitement which had hitherto sustained him, but depressed by the revulsion of feeling it left behind, he threw himself on the bed, and turning his face to the wall, gave free vent to the emotions he had so long stifled. So, basically threw himself in bed and went to cry it out, yeah? Can't fault him too much. I might have wanted to punch Ralph, but, other than that. He had not heard anybody enter, and was unconscious of the presence of Smike, until, happening to raise his head, he saw him, standing at the upper end of the room, looking wistfully towards him. He withdrew his eyes when he saw that he was observed, and affected to be busied with some scanty preparations for dinner. Well, Smike, said Nicholas, as cheerfully as he could speak, let me hear what new acquaintances you have made this morning. or what new wonder you have found out in the compass of this street and the next one. No, said Smike, shaking his head mournfully. I must talk of something else today. Of what you like, replied Nicholas good-humoredly. Of this, said Smike. I know you are unhappy, and have got into great trouble by bringing me away. I ought to have known that and stopped behind. I would indeed if I had thought of it then. You are not rich. You have not enough for yourself, and I should not be here. You grow, said the lad, laying his hand timidly on that of Nicholas. You grow thinner every day. Your cheek is paler and your eye more sunk. Indeed, I cannot bear to see you so, and think how I am burdening you. I tried to go away today, but the thought of your kind face drew me back. I could not leave you without a word. The poor fellow could say no more, for his eyes filled with tears, and his voice was gone. The word which separates us, said Nicholas, grasping him heartily by the shoulder, shall never be said by me, for you are my only comfort and stay. I would not lose you now, Smike, for all the world could give. The thought of you has upheld me through all I have endured today, and shall through 50 times such trouble. Give me your hand. My heart is linked to yours. We will journey from this place together before the week is out. What if I am steeped in poverty? You lighten it, and we will be poor together. I mean, poor together isn't much fun. I suppose it's better than being poor alone. Then again, I'm not sure Smike has any better prospects than what he has with Nicholas. I mean, he's got some kind of degree, right? Maybe he could become a officer in the military or something, and Smike could be his, what did they call it? Batman, I think. Not like Batman the Dark Knight, but a different Batman. Pretty sure that's the term. Chapter 21. Madame Mantalini finds herself in a situation of some difficulty, and Miss Nickleby finds herself in no situation at all. Wonder if she's getting fired. The agitation she had undergone rendered Kate Nickleby unable to resume her duties at the dressmaker's for 3 days, at the expiration of which interval she betook herself at the accustomed hour, and with languid steps, to the temple of fashion, where Madame Mantalini reigned paramount and supreme. The ill will of Miss Nagg had lost nothing of its virulence in the interval. The young ladies still scrupulously shrunk from all companionship with their denounced associate, and when that exemplary female arrived a few minutes afterward, she was at no pains to conceal the displeasure with which she regarded Kate's return. Upon my word, said Miss Nagg, as the satellites flocked round to relieve her of bonnet and shawl, I should have thought some people would have had spirit enough to stop away altogether when they know what an encumbrance their presence is to right-minded persons. But it's a queer world. Oh, it's a queer world. Miss Nagg, having passed this comment on the world, in the tone in which most people do pass comments on the world when they are out of temper, that is to say, as if they by no means belonged to it, concluded by heaving a sigh, wherewith she seemed meekly to compassionate the wickedness of mankind. The attendants were not slow to echo the sigh, and Miss Nagg was apparently on the eve of favoring them with some further moral reflections, when the voice of Madame Mantalini, conveyed through the speaking-tube, ordered Miss Nickleby upstairs to assist in the arrangement of the showroom, a distinction which caused Miss Nagg to toss her head so much and bite her lips so hard that her powers of conversation were, for the time, annihilated. "Well, Miss Nickleby, child," said Madame Mantalini, when Kate presented herself, "are you quite well again?" "A great deal better, thank you," replied Kate. "I wish I could say the same," remarked Madame Mantalini, seating herself with an air of weariness. "Are you ill?" asked Kate. "I am very sorry for that." "Not exactly ill, but worried, child, worried," rejoined Madame. "I am still more sorry to hear that," said Kate gently. "Bodily illness is more easy to bear than mental." "Ah, and it's much easier to talk than to bear either," said Madame, rubbing her nose with much irritability of manner. There, get to your work, child, and put the things in order, do. While Kate was wondering within herself what these symptoms of unusual vexation portended, Mr. Mantalini put the tips of his whiskers and, by degrees, his head through the half-open door, and cried in a soft voice, Is my life and soul in there? No, replied his wife. How can it say so, when it is blooming in the front room, like a little rose in a diminution flower pot? Urged Mantalini. May its poppet come in and talk? Certainly not, replied Madame. You know I never allow you here. Go along. The poppet, however, encouraged perhaps by the relenting tone of this reply, ventured to rebel and, stealing into the room, made towards Madame Mantalini on tiptoe, blowing her a kiss as he came along. Why will it vex itself and twist its little face into bewitching nutcrackers, said Mantalini, putting his left arm round the waist of his life and soul, and drawing her towards him with his right. Oh, I can't bear you, replied his wife. Not bear me, exclaimed Mantalini. Fibs, it couldn't be. There's not a woman alive that could tell me such a thing to my face. To my own face. Mr. Mantalini stroked his chin as he said this, and glanced complacently at an opposite mirror. Such destructive extravagance, reasoned his wife in a low tone. All in its joy at having gained such a lovely creature, such a little Venus, such a dimmed, enchanting, bewitching, engrossing, captivating little Venus, said Mantalini. See what a situation you have placed me in, urged Madame. No harm will come, no harm shall come to its own darling, rejoined Mr. Mantalini. It is all over. There will be nothing the matter. Money shall be got, and if it don't come in fast enough, old Nickleby shall stump up again, or have his jugular separated if he dares to vex and hurt the little... Hush, interposed Madame. Don't you see? Mr. Mantalini, who in his eagerness to make up matters with his wife, had overlooked, or feigned to overlook, Miss Nickleby hitherto, took the hint and, laying his finger on his lips, sunk his voice still lower. There was then a great deal of whispering, during which Madame Mantalini appeared to make reference, more than once, to certain debts incurred by Mr. Mantalini previous to her coverture, and also to an unexpected outlay of money in payment of the aforesaid debts, and furthermore, to certain agreeable weaknesses on that gentleman's part, such as gaming, wasting, idling, and a tendency to horseflesh, each of which matters of accusation Mr. Mantalini disposed of by one kiss or more, as its relative importance demanded. The upshot of it all was that Madame Mantalini was in raptures with him, and that they went upstairs to breakfast. Is little dude in here? Vella, is little dude in here? Okay, tell him to cover his ears for a second. Tell me when they're covered. All right. My God, that man must be fantastic in bed, or have the world's biggest fucking cock. Because there is no way anybody puts up with that. No. He's utterly absurd as a person. He's an idiot. He's manipulative. And he's spending all of her money. What the hell? I have no other explanation for this. None. Zero. And his little dimmed... Oh. I'm not sure we need a clip of that. All right, he can have his headset back on. I'm done. I couldn't. I can't even imagine putting up with that sort of behavior. Thanks, Sparky. Oh, okay. You can give it back. I'm done. I'm done. All right. Sorry, little dude. There's just some conversations that your parents are not ready to have with you. And they're kind of scary people sometimes. I do not want them mad at me. So I try to give them warnings for things like that. All right. Kate busied herself in what she had to do and was silently arranging the various articles of decoration in the best taste she could display when she started to hear a strange man's voice in the room, and started again to observe, on looking round, that a white hat and a red neckerchief and a broad round face and a large head, and part of a green coat were in the room too. "Don't alarm yourself, miss," said the proprietor of these appearances. "I say, this here's the manty-making consarn, ain't it?" "Yes," rejoined Kate, greatly astonished. "What did you want?" The stranger answered not, but first looking back, as though to beckon to some unseen person outside, came very deliberately into the room, and was closely followed by a little man in brown, very much the worse for wear, who brought with him a mingled fumigation of stale tobacco and fresh onions. The clothes of this gentleman were much bespeckled with flue, and his shoes, stockings, and nether garments, from his heels to the waist buttons of his coat inclusive, were profusely embroidered with splashes of mud caught a fortnight previously, before the setting in of the fine weather. Kate's very natural impression was that these engaging individuals had called with the view of possessing themselves unlawfully of any portable articles that chanced to strike their fancy. She did not attempt to disguise her apprehensions, and made a move toward the door. "Wait a minute," said the man in the green coat, closing it softly and standing with his back against it. "This is an unpleasant business. Where's your governor?" What did you say?" asked Kate, trembling, for she thought governor might be slang for watch or money. "Mr. Muntelheiny," said the man. "What's come on him? Is he at home?" "He is above stairs, I believe," replied Kate, a little reassured by this inquiry. "Do you want him?" "No," replied the visitor. "I don't exactly want him. If it's made a favor on, you can just give him that 'ere card and tell him if he wants to speak to me and save trouble, here I am, that's all." With these words, the stranger put a thick, square card into Kate's hand, and turning to his friend, remarked with an easy air that the room's was a good high pitch too, to which the friend assented, adding by way of illustration that there was lots of room for a little boy to grow up a man in either of them, without much fear of his ever bringing his head into contact with the ceiling. What kind of houses have these guys lived in? After ringing the bell which would summon Madame Mantalini, Kate glanced at the card and saw that it displayed the name of Scaly, together with some other information to which she had not time to refer, when her attention was attracted by Mr. Scaly himself, who, walking up to one of the cheval glasses, gave it a hard poke in the center with his stick, as coolly as if it had been made of cast iron. "Good plate this here, Tix," said Mr. Scaly to his friend. "Ah," rejoined Mr. Tix, placing the marks of his 4 fingers and a duplicate impression of his thumb on a piece of sky-blue silk. "And this here article wasn't made for nothing, mind you." From the silk, Mr. Tix transferred his admiration to some elegant articles of wearing apparel, while Mr. Scaly adjusted his neckcloth at leisure before the glass, and afterward, aided by its reflection, proceeded to the minute consideration of a pimple on his chin, in which absorbing occupation he was yet engaged, when Madame Mantalini, entering the room, uttered an exclamation of surprise which roused him. "Oh, is this the missus?" inquired Scaly. "It is Madame Mantalini," said Kate. "Then," said Mr. Scaly, producing a small document from his pocket and unfolding it very slowly, "this is a writ of execution, and if it's not convenient to settle, we'll go over the house at once, please, and take the inventory." Poor Madame Mantalini wrung her hands for grief. "I still got a little bit left in my cup," and rung the bell for her husband, which done, she fell into a chair in a fainting fit simultaneously. The professional gentlemen, however, were not at all discomposed by this event, for Mr. Scaly, leaning upon a stand on which a handsome dress was displayed, so that his shoulders appeared above it in nearly the same manner as the shoulders of the lady for whom it was designed would have done if she had it on, pushed his hat on one side and scratched his head with perfect unconcern, while his friend, Mr. Tix, taking that opportunity for a general survey of the apartment preparatory to entering on business, stood with his inventory book under his arm and his hat in his hand, mentally occupied in putting a price upon every object within his range of vision. Such was the posture of affairs when Mr. Mantalini hurried in, and as that distinguished specimen had had a pretty extensive intercourse with Mr. Scaly's fraternity in his bachelor days, and was, besides, very far from being taken by surprise on the present agitating occasion, he merely shrugged his shoulders, thrust his hands down into the bottom of his pockets, elevated his eyebrows, and whistled a bar or two, swore an oath or two, and, sitting astride upon the chair, put the best face upon the matter with great composure and decency. "What's the dimmed total?" was the first question he asked. £1,527, 4 and 9 halfpenny, replied Mr. Scaly, without moving a limb. "The halfpenny be dimmed," said Mr. Mantalini impatiently. "By all means, if you wish it," retorted Mr. Scaly, "and the 9 pence." "It don't matter to us if the £1,527 went along with it, that I know on," observed Mr. Tix. "Not a button," said Scaly. "Well," said the same gentleman after a pause, "what's to be done? Anything? Is it only a small crack or a out-and-out smash? A break-up of the Constitution, is it? Very good. Then, Mr. Tom Tix, Esquire, you must inform your angel wife and lovely family, as you won't sleep at home for 3 nights to come, along of being in possession here. What's the good of the lady a-fretting herself?" continued Mr. Scaly, as Madame Mantalini sobbed. "A good half of what's here isn't paid for, I dessay, and what a consolation oughtn't that to be her to her feelings." With these remarks, combining great pleasantry with sound moral encouragement under difficulties, Mr. Scaly proceeded to take the inventory, in which delicate task he was materially assisted by the uncommon tact and experience of Mr. Tix, the broker. "My cup of happiness is sweetener," said Mantalini, approaching his wife with a penitent air. "Will you listen to me for 2 minutes?" "I mean, I'd shiv him for 2 minutes, but, you know." "Oh, don't speak to me," replied his wife, sobbing. "You have ruined me, and that's enough." Mr. Mantalini, who had doubtless well considered his part, no sooner heard these words pronounced in a tone of grief and severity, than he recoiled several paces, assumed an expression of consuming mental agony, and rushed headlong from the room, and was soon afterwards heard to slam the door of an upstairs dressing-room with great violence. Oh yes, as though he's the victim. Jackass. "Miss Nickleby," cried Madame Mantalini, when this sound met her ear, "make haste, for heaven's sake, he will destroy himself. I spoke unkindly to him, and he cannot bear it from me. Alfred, my darling Alfred." My God, even still she's after him? I'm sticking with my previous reasoning. Seriously. Only explanation. With such exclamations, she hurried upstairs, followed by Kate, who, although she did not quite participate in the fond wife's apprehensions, was a little flurried, nevertheless. The dressing-room door being hastily flung open, Mr. Mantalini was disclosed to view, with his shirt collar symmetrically thrown back, putting a fine edge to a breakfast knife by means of his razor strop. "Ah!" cried Mr. Mantalini, "interrupted!" And whisk went the breakfast knife into Mr. Mantalini's dressing-gown pocket, while Mr. Mantalini's eyes rolled wildly, and his hair floating in wild disorder, mingled with his whiskers. "Alfred," cried his wife, flinging her arms about him, "I didn't mean to say it. I didn't mean to say it." "Ruined," cried Mr. Mantalini. "Have I brought ruin upon the best and purest creature that ever blessed a dimmed vagabond? Dim it, let me go." At this crisis of his ravings, Mr. Mantalini made a pluck at the breakfast knife, and being restrained by his wife's grasp, attempted to dash his head against the wall, taking very good care to be at least 6 feet from it. Jesus. If you dump me, I'm going to kill myself." "Come on now." "Compose yourself, my own angel," said Madame. "It was nobody's fault. It was mine as much as yours. We shall do very well yet. Come, Alfred, come." Mr. Mantalini did not think proper to come to all at once, but after calling several times for poison and requesting some lady or gentleman to blow his brains out, gentler feelings came upon him, and he wept pathetically. In this softened frame of mind, he did not oppose the capture of the knife, which, to tell the truth, he was rather glad to be rid of, as an inconvenient and dangerous article for a skirt pocket. And finally he suffered himself to be led away by his affectionate partner. After a delay of 2 or 3 hours, the young ladies were informed that their services would be dispensed with until further notice, and at the expiration of 2 days, the name of Mantalini appeared in the list of bankrupts. Miss Nickleby received an intimation per post on the same morning that the business would be in future carried on under the name of Miss Nagg, and that her assistance would no longer be required. A piece of intelligence with which Mrs. Nickleby was no sooner made acquainted than that good lady declared that she had expected it all along, and cited divers unknown occasions on which she had prophesied to that precise effect. "And I say again," remarked Mrs. Nickleby, who, it is scarcely necessary to observe, had never said so before, "I say again that a milliner's and dressmaker's is the very last description of business, Kate, that you should have thought of attaching yourself to. I don't make it a reproach to you, my love, but still I will say that if you had consulted your own mother—" "Well, well, mamma," said Kate mildly, "what would you recommend now?" "Recommend!" cried Mrs. Nickleby. "Isn't it obvious, my dear, that of all occupations in this world, for a young lady situated as you are, that of companion to some amiable lady is the very thing for which your education and manners and personal appearance and everything else exactly qualify you? Did you never hear your poor dear papa speak of the young lady who was the daughter of the old lady who boarded in the same house that he boarded in once, when he was a bachelor? What was her name again? I know it began with a B and ended with a G, but whether it was Waters or... No, it couldn't have been that either, but whatever her name was. Don't you know that young lady went as companion to a married lady who died soon afterwards, and that she married the husband and had one of the finest little boys the medical men had ever seen, all within 18 months. Is her mother seriously proposing that she should murder somebody's wife and take her place, like some sort of weird black widow? I mean, that's what she just said, right? I'm not misunderstanding this? I mean, I thought my mother gave bad advice. Kate knew perfectly well that this torrent of favorable recollection was occasioned by some opening, real or imaginary, which her mother had discovered in the companionship walk of life. She therefore waited very patiently until all reminiscences and anecdotes, bearing or not bearing upon the subject, had been exhausted, and at last ventured to inquire what discovery had been made. The truth then came out. Mrs. Nickleby had, that morning, had a yesterday's newspaper of the very first respectability from the public house where the porter came from, and in this yesterday's newspaper was an advertisement, couched in the purest and most grammatical English, announcing that a married lady was in want of a genteel young person as companion, and that the married lady's name and address were to be known on application at a certain library at the west end of town therein mentioned. "And I say," exclaimed Mrs. Nickleby, laying the paper down in triumph, "that if your uncle don't object, it's well worth the trial." Kate was too sick at heart, after the rough jostling she had already had with the world, and really cared too little at the moment what fate was reserved for her, to make any objection. Mr. Ralph Nickleby offered none, but, on the contrary, highly approved of the suggestion. Neither did he express any great surprise at Madame Mantalini's sudden failure. Indeed, it would have been strange if he had, inasmuch as it had been procured and brought about chiefly by himself. So the name and address were obtained without loss of time, and Miss Nickleby and her mamma went off in quest of Mrs. Witherley of Cadogan Place, Sloane Street, that same forenoon. Cadogan Place is the one slight bond that joins two great extremes. It is the connecting link between the aristocratic pavements of Belgrave Square and the barbarism of Chelsea. It is in Sloane Street, but not of it. The people in Cadogan Place look down upon Sloane Street, and think Brompton low. They affect fashion, too, and wonder where the new road is. Not that they claim to be on precisely the same footing as the high folks of Belgrave Square and Grosvenor Place, but that they stand, with reference to them, rather in the light of those illegitimate children of the great who are content to boast of their connections, although their connections disavow them. Wearing as much as they can of the airs and semblances of the loftiest rank, the people of Cadogan Place have the realities of middle station. It is the conductor which communicates to the inhabitants of regions beyond its limit the shock of pride of birth and rank, which has not within itself, but derives from a fountainhead beyond, or, like the ligament which unites the Siamese twins, it contains something of the life and essence of two distinct bodies, and yet belongs to neither. Upon this doubtful ground lived Mrs. Wycherley, and at Mrs. Wycherley's door Kate Nickleby knocked with a trembling hand. The door was opened by a big footman with his head floured or chalked or painted in some way. It didn't look genuine powder, and the big footman, receiving the card of introduction, gave it to a little page, so little indeed that his body would not hold, in ordinary array, the number of small buttons which are indispensable to a page's costume, and they were consequently obliged to be stuck on 4 abreast. This young gentleman took the card upstairs on a salver, and pending his return, Kate and her mother were shown into a dining room of rather dirty and shabby aspect, and so comfortably arranged as to be adapted to almost any purpose rather than eating and drinking. Now, in the ordinary course of things, and according to all authentic descriptions of high life, as set forth in books, Mrs. Wycherley ought to have been in her boudoir, but whether it was that Mr. Wycherley was at that moment shaving himself in the boudoir or what not, certain it is that Mrs. Wycherley gave audience in the drawing-room, where was everything proper and necessary, including curtains and furniture coverings of a roseate hue, to shed a delicate bloom on Mrs. Wycherley's complexion, and a little dog to snap at strangers' legs for Mrs. Wycherley's amusement, and the aforementioned page to hand chocolate for Mrs. Wycherley's refreshment. The lady had an air of sweet insipidity, and a face of engaging paleness. There was a faded look about her, and about the furniture, and about the house. She was reclining on a sofa in such a very unstudied attitude that she might have been taken for an actress, all ready for the first scene in a ballet, and only waiting for the drop curtain to go up. "Place chairs," the page placed them. "Leave the room, Alphonse." The page left it, but if ever an Alphonse carried plain Bill in his face and figure, that page was the boy. "I have ventured to call, ma'am," said Kate, after a few seconds of awkward silence, "from having seen your advertisement." "Yes," replied Mrs. Wycherley. "One of my people put it in the paper. Yes." "I thought, perhaps," said Kate modestly, "that if you had not already made a final choice, you would forgive my troubling you with an application." "Yes," drawled Mrs. Wycherley again. "If you have already made a selection—" "Oh, dear, no," interrupted the lady. "I am not so easily suited. I really don't know what to say. You have never been a companion before, have you?" Mrs. Nickleby, who had been eagerly watching her opportunity, came dexterously in before Kate could reply. "Not to any stranger, ma'am," said the good lady, "but she has been a companion to me for some years. I am her mother, ma'am." "Oh," said Mrs. Wycherley, "I apprehend you." "I assure you, ma'am," said Mrs. Nickleby, "that I am very little thought at one time that it would be necessary for my daughter to go out into the world at all, for her poor dear papa was an independent gentleman, and would have been at this moment if he had but listened in time to my constant entreaties, and—" "Dear mamma," said Kate in a low voice. "My dear Kate, if you will allow me to speak," said Mrs. Nickleby, "I shall take the liberty of explaining this to the lady." "I think it is almost unnecessary, mamma." And notwithstanding all the frowns and winks with which Mrs. Nickleby intimated that she was going to say something which would clinch the business at once, Kate maintained her point by an expressive look, and for once Mrs. Nickleby was stopped upon the very brink of an oration. "What are your accomplishments?" asked Mrs. Wycherley, with her eyes shut. Kate blushed as she mentioned her principal acquirements, and Mrs. Nickleby checked them all off, one by one on her fingers, having calculated the number before she came out. Luckily, the 2 calculations agreed, so Mrs. Nickleby had no excuse for, "Holy cow, Alex! That's a lot of people you just brought in. Thank you for the raid, my friend." Love you too, buddy. How was all right. I hope you had a good match. So Mrs. Nickleby had no excuse for talking. Okay, I will. Shut up and read. You are a good temper? Asked Mrs. Wititterly, opening her eyes for an instant and shutting them again. I hope so, rejoined Kate. And have a highly respectable reference for everything, have you? Kate replied that she had, and laid her uncle's card upon the table. Have the goodness to draw your chair a little nearer, and let me look at you, said Mrs. Wititterly. I am so very nearsighted that I can't quite discern your features. Kate complied, though not without some embarrassment, with this request, and Mrs. Wititterly took a languid survey of her countenance, which lasted some 2 or 3 minutes. I like your appearance, said that lady, ringing a little bell. Alphonse, request your master to come here. The page disappeared on this errand, and after a short interval, during which not a word was spoken on either side, opened the door for an important gentleman of about 38, of rather plebeian countenance and with a very light head of hair, who leant over Mrs. Wititterly for a long time and conversed with her in whispers. Oh, he said, turning round. Yes, this is a most important matter. Mrs. Wititterly is of a very excitable nature, very delicate, very fragile, a hothouse plant, an exotic. Oh, Henry, my dear, interposed Mrs. Wititterly. You are, my love, you know you are. One breath, said Mr. Wititterly, blowing an imaginary feather away. Faugh, you're gone. The lady sighed. Your soul is too large for your body, said Mr. Wititterly. Your intellect wears you out. All the medical men say so. You know that there is not a physician who is not proud of being called into you. What is their unanimous declaration? My dear doctor, said I to Sir Tumley Snuffum, in this Sir Tumley Snuffum? That's not ominous. I don't want to ever have a doctor named Dr. Snuffum. In this very room, the very last time he came. My dear doctor, what is my wife's complaint? Tell me all. I can bear it. Is it nerves? My dear fellow, he said, be proud of that woman. Make much of her. She is an ornament to the fashionable world and to you. Her complaint is soul. It swells, expands, dilates. The blood fires, the pulse quickens, the excitement increases. Whew! Here, Mr. Wititterly, who, in the ardor of his description, had flourished his right hand within something less than an inch of Mrs. Nickleby's bonnet, drew it hastily back again and blew his nose as fiercely as if it had been done by some violent machinery. You make me out worse than I am, Henry, said Mrs. Wititterly, with a faint smile. I do not, Julia, I do not, said Mr. Wititterly. The society in which you move, necessarily move from your station, connection, and endowments, is one vortex and whirlpool of the most frightful excitement. Bless my heart and body, can ever forget the night you danced with the baronet's nephew at the election ball at Exeter. It was tremendous. I always suffer for these triumphs afterwards, said Mrs. Wititterly. And for that very reason, rejoined her husband, you must have a companion in whom there is great gentleness, great sweetness, excessive sympathy, and perfect repose. Here, both Mr. and Mrs. Wititterly, who had talked rather at the Nicklebys than to each other, left off speaking, and looked at their two hearers, with an expression of countenance which seemed to say, What do you think of all this? Mrs. Wititterly, said her husband, addressing himself to Mrs. Nickleby, is sought after and courted by glittering crowds and brilliant circles. She is excited by the opera, the drama, the fine arts, the nobility, my love, interposed Mrs. Wititterly. The nobility, of course, said Mr. Wititterly, and the military. She forms and expresses an immense variety of opinions on an immense variety of subjects. If some people in public life were acquainted with Mrs. Wititterly's real opinion of them, they would not hold their heads, perhaps, quite as high as they do. Hush, Henry, said the lady. This is scarcely fair. I mention no names, Julia, replied Mr. Wititterly, and nobody is injured. I merely mention the circumstances to show that you are no ordinary person, that there is a constant friction perpetually going on between your mind and your body, and that you must be soothed and tended. Now, let me hear, dispassionately and calmly, what are this young lady's qualifications for the office? In obedience to this request, the qualifications were all gone through again, with the addition of many interruptions and cross-questionings from Mr. Witterly. It was finally arranged that inquiries should be made and a decisive answer addressed to Miss Nickleby under cover of her uncle within 2 days. These conditions agreed upon, the page showed them down as far as the staircase window, and the big footman, relieving guard at that point, piloted them in perfect safety to the street door. "They are very distinguished people, evidently," said Mrs. Nickleby, as she took her daughter's arm. "What a superior person Mrs. Witterly is." "Do you think so, Mamma?" was all Kate's reply. "Why, who can help thinking so, Kate, my love?" rejoined her mother. "She is pale, though, and looks much exhausted. I hope she may not be wearing herself out, but I am very much afraid." These considerations led the deep-sighted lady into a calculation of the probable duration of Mrs. Witterly's life, and the chances of the disconsolate widower bestowing his hand upon her daughter. So yes, she's absolutely trying to angle her to be a black widow and kill the wife and marry the husband. Before reaching home, she had freed Mrs. Witterly's soul from all bodily restraint, married Kate with great splendor at St. George's, Hanover Square, and only left undecided the minor question whether a splendid French-polished mahogany bedstead should be erected for herself in the 2-pair back of the house in Cadogan Place, or in the 3-pair front, between which apartments she could not quite balance the advantages, and therefore adjusted the question at last by determining to leave it to the decision of her son-in-law. The inquiries were made, the answer, not to Kate's very great joy, was favorable, and at the expiration of a week she betook herself with all her movables and valuables to Mrs. Witterly's mansion, where for the present we will leave her. All right, we're going to take a short intermission break, and we will do our warming up with the tea. And if anybody wants to ask some questions of the 8-ball, we've got an 8-ball to play with on the starting soon, ending screens and all that. You type exclamation mark, the number 8, and then BALL, and then a yes or no question. And you may or may not get varying levels of snark with it. For all you new people, we also have the Discord posted up if you want to join the Discord, hang out with us. We play some games in there during the week and connect with the community. There's also a request channel if there are specific books that you'd like to have read on the channel. You can also find our schedule, the link to our schedule on Google Calendar on there and that sort of thing. So great place for that. We're also doing a giveaway this month where we're asking a different kind of trivia scavenger hunt style question every stream during the intermission, this time right now. And you have until the end of the month to submit your answer in a DM in Discord to me. And the most points at the end will win one or more games on Steam that our community plays together. What game or games it'll be will depend on what ones you already own, because I don't want to gift you one that you've already got. So the first correct answer will also get a bonus point. So tuning into the streams live and answering as quick as you can from there is usually the best way to earn points, but you can earn them at any time, and you can come back and catch a stream on VOD or on YouTube and catch the question then and then answer it at your leisure. So watching live isn't required, but it is helpful. So the question will be, how many times did the old hermit's dog die? You think that's enough, fella, or should I give more of a hint for that? You don't like me? One of the early books that we read, there was a hermit with a dog who passed away in the book. So the questions can be anything from any stream, any of the stories as read in the stream. So not as written. You can't just look up the book and scan through the text. You have to actually catch, as read. Or anything in the Discord, the Patreon, the Google Calendar, the YouTube channel. It could even be what was the first picture I used or something like that. So I'm lucky I'm not a Discord. Vela was very upset with that book and very upset with that author. And she was mad at me for like a week after that. Vela's a wonderful, wonderful moderator for our channel, by the way, for those of you who haven't met her yet. But I think I better dive back into the story for some protection. I didn't lie. I said I was in trouble. It wasn't my fault, but I was in trouble. I acknowledge it. There's no safety for me. Oh dear. Okay. But if you beat me up, there's no more story time, Vela. I can't read if you break my jaw. Don't do that. It's not nice. He said nothing about beating me up. Okay. All right. I'm going to take off my pullover, and then we'll get back to chapter 22. All right. Chapter 22. Nicholas, accompanied by Smike, sallies forth to seek his fortune. He encounters Mr. Vincent Crummles, and who he was is herein made manifest. So, new character. I do not have high hopes given the quality of people that we've been meeting in this book. What do you think? What are the odds that this is another bastard? The whole capital which Nicholas found himself entitled to, either in possession, reversion, remainder, or expectancy, after paying his rent and settling with the broker from whom he had hired his poor furniture, did not exceed by more than a few halfpence the sum of 20 shillings. And yet he hailed the morning on which he had resolved to quit London with a light heart, and sprang from his bed with an elasticity of spirit which is happily the lot of young persons, or the world would never be stocked with old ones. It was a cold, dry, foggy morning in early spring. A few meager shadows flitted to and fro in the misty streets, and occasionally there loomed through the dull vapor the heavy outline of some hackney coach winding homewards, which, drawing slowly near, rolled jangling by, scattering the thin crust of frost from its whitened roof, and soon was lost again in the cloud. At intervals were heard the tread of slipshod feet, and the chilly cry of the poor sweep as he crept, shivering, to his early toil. The heavy footfall of the official watcher of the night, pacing slowly up and down and cursing the tardy hours that still intervened between him and sleep. The rambling of ponderous carts and wagons, the roll of the lighter vehicles which carried buyers and sellers to the different markets, the sound of ineffectual knocking at the doors of heavy sleepers. All these noises fell upon the ear from time to time, but all seemed muffled by the fog, and to be rendered almost as indistinct to the ear as was every object to the sight. The sluggish darkness thickened as the day came on, and those who had the courage to rise and peep at the gloomy street from their curtained windows crept back to bed again and coiled themselves up to sleep. Before even these indications of approaching morning were rife in busy London, Nicholas had made his way alone to the city, and stood beneath the windows of his mother's house. It was dull and bare to see, but it had light and life for him, for there at least one heart within its old walls, to which insult or dishonor would bring the same blood rushing that flowed in his own veins. He crossed the road and raised his eyes to the window of the room where he knew his sister slept. It was closed and dark. Poor girl, thought Nicholas. She little thinks who lingers here. He looked again and felt for a moment almost vexed that Kate was not there to exchange one word at parting. Good God, he thought, suddenly correcting himself. What a boy I am. It is better as it is, said Nicholas, after he had lounged on a few paces and returned to the same spot. When I left them before, and could have said goodbye 1,000 times if I had chosen, I spared them the pain of leave-taking. And why not now? As he spoke, some fancied motion of the curtain almost persuaded him, for the instant, that Kate was at the window. And by one of these strange contradictions of feeling which are common to us all, he shrunk involuntarily into a doorway, that she might not see him. He smiled at his own weakness and said, "God bless them," and walked away with a lighter step. Smike was anxiously expecting him when he reached his old lodgings, and so was Newman, who had expended a day's income and a can of rum and milk to prepare them for the journey. They had tied up the luggage, Smike shouldered it, and away they went, with Newman Noggs for company, for he had insisted on walking as far as he could with them overnight. "Which way?" asked Newman wistfully. "To Kingston first," replied Nicholas. "And where afterwards?" asked Newman. "Why won't you tell me?" "Because I scarcely know myself, good friend," rejoined Nicholas, laying his hand upon his shoulder. "And if I did, I have neither plan nor prospect yet, and might shift my quarters 100 times before you could possibly communicate with me." "I am afraid you have some deep scheme in your head," said Newman doubtfully. "So deep," replied his young friend, "that even I can't fathom it. Whatever I resolve upon, depend upon it, I will write you soon." "You won't forget?" said Newman. "I am not very likely to," rejoined Nicholas. "I have not so many friends that I shall grow confused among the number, and forget my best one." "Oh, poor Smike's not his best friend? Poor kid." Occupied in such discourse, they walked on for a couple of hours, as they might have done for a couple of days if Nicholas had not sat himself down on a stone by the wayside, and resolutely declared his intention of not moving another step until Newman Noggs turned back. Having pleaded ineffectually first for another half-mile, and afterward for another quarter, Newman was fain to comply, and to shape his course toward Golden Square, after interchanging many hearty and affectionate farewells, and many times turning back to wave his hat to the two wayfarers when they had become mere specks in the distance. "Now, listen to me, Smike," said Nicholas, as they trudged with stout hearts onward. "We are bound for Portsmouth." Smike nodded his head and smiled, but expressed no other emotion, for whether they had been bound for Portsmouth or Port Royal would have been alike to him, and so they had been bound together. "I don't know much of these matters," resumed Nicholas, "but Portsmouth is a seaport town, and if no other employment is to be obtained, I should think we might get on board some ship. I am young and active, and could be useful in many ways. So could you." "I hope so," replied Smike. "When I was at that— you know where I mean." "Yes, I know," said Nicholas. "You needn't name the place." "Well, when I was there," resumed Smike, his eyes sparkling at the prospect of displaying his abilities, "I could milk a cow and groom a horse with anybody." "Ha!" said Nicholas gravely. "I am afraid they don't keep many animals of either kind on board ship, Smike, and even when they have horses, that they are not very particular about rubbing them down. Still, you can learn to do something else, you know. Where there's a will, there's a way." "And I am very willing," said Smike, brightening up again. "God knows you are," rejoined Nicholas, "and if you fail, it shall go hard, but I'll do enough for us both." "Do we go all the way today?" asked Smike, after a short silence. "That would be too severe a trial, even for your willing legs," said Nicholas, with a good-humored smile. "No. Godalming is some 30-odd miles from London, as I found from a map I borrowed, and I propose to rest there. We must push on again tomorrow, for we are not rich enough to loiter. Let me relieve you of that bundle. Come." "No, no," rejoined Smike, falling back a few steps. "Don't ask me to give it up to you." "Why not?" asked Nicholas. "Let me do something for you, at least," said Smike. "You will never let me serve you as I ought. You will never know how I think day and night of ways to please you." "You are a foolish fellow to say it, for I know it well and see it, or I should be a blind and senseless beast," rejoined Nicholas. "Let me ask you a question while I think of it, and there is no one by," he added, looking him steadily in the face. "Have you a good memory?" "I don't know," said Smike, shaking his head sorrowfully. "I think I had once, but it's all gone now. All gone." "Why do you think you had once?" asked Nicholas, turning quickly upon him, as though the answer in some way helped out the purport of his question. Because I could remember when I was a child, said Smike. But that is very, very long ago, or at least it seems so. I was always confused and giddy at that place you took me from, and could never remember, and sometimes couldn't even understand what they said to me. Let me see. You're wandering now, said Nicholas, touching him on the arm. No, replied his companion with a vacant look. I was only thinking how... He shivered involuntarily as he spoke. Think no more of that place, for it is all over, retorted Nicholas, fixing his eyes full upon that of his companion, which was fast settling into an unmeaning, stupefied gaze, once habitual to him and common even then. What of the first day you went to Yorkshire? Eh? Cried the lad. That was before you began to lose your recollection, you know, said Nicholas quietly. Was the weather hot or cold? Wet, replied the boy. Very wet. I have always said, when it has rained hard, that it was like the night I came, and they used to crowd round and laugh to see me cry when the rain fell heavily. It was like a child, they said, and that made me think of it more. I turned cold all over sometimes, for I could see myself as I was then, coming in at the very same door. As you were then, repeated Nicholas, with assumed carelessness. How was that? Such a little creature, said Smike, that they might have had pity and mercy upon me, only to remember it. You didn't find your way there alone, remarked Nicholas. No, rejoined Smike. Oh, no. Who was with you? A man. A dark, withered man. I've heard them say so at the school, and I remember that before. I was glad to leave him. I was afraid of him, but they made me more afraid of them, and used me harder, too. Look at me, said Nicholas, wishing to attract his full attention. There, don't turn away. Do you remember no woman, no kind woman who hung over you once and kissed your lips and called you her child? No, said the poor creature, shaking his head. No, never. Nor any house but that house in Yorkshire? No, rejoined the youth with a melancholy look. A room. I remember I slept in a room, a large, lonesome room at the top of a house, where there was a trap-door in the ceiling. I have covered my head with the clothes often, not to see it, for it frightened me. A young child with no one near at night. I used to wonder what was on the other side. There was a clock, too. An old clock in one corner. I remember that. I have never forgotten that room, for when I have terrible dreams it comes back just as it was. I see things and people in it that I had never seen then. But there is the room just as it used to be. That never changes. Will you let me take the bundle now? Asked Nicholas, abruptly changing the theme. No, said Smike. No. Come, let us walk on. He quickened his pace as he said this, apparently under the impression that they had been standing still during the whole of the previous dialogue. Nicholas marked him closely, and every word of this conversation remained upon his memory. It was, by this time, within an hour of noon, and although a dense vapor still enveloped the city they had left, as if the very breath of its busy people hung over their schemes of gain and profit, and found greater attraction there than in the quiet region above, in the open country it was clear and fair. Occasionally, in some low spots, they came upon patches of mist, which the sun had not yet driven from their strongholds. But these were soon past, and as they labored up the hills beyond, it was pleasant to look down and see how the sluggish mass rolled heavily off before the cheering influence of the day. A broad, fine, honest sun lighted up the green pastures and dimpled water with the semblance of summer, while it left the travelers all the invigorating freshness of that early time of year. The ground seemed elastic under their feet. The sheep bells were music to their ears, and exhilarated by exercise and stimulated by hope, they pushed onward with the strength of lions. The day wore on, and all these bright colors subsided, and assumed a quieter tint, like young hopes softened down by time, or youthful features by degrees resolving into the calm and serenity of age. But they were scarcely less beautiful in their slow decline than they had been in their prime, for nature gives to every time and season some beauties of its own, and from morning to night, as from the cradle to the grave, is but a succession of changes so gentle and easy that we can scarcely mark their progress. To Godalming they came at last, and here they bargained for 2 humble beds and slept soundly. In the morning they were astir, though not quite so early as the sun, and again afoot, if not with all the freshness of yesterday, still with enough of hope and spirit to bear them cheerily on. It was a harder day's journey than yesterday's, for there were long and weary hills to climb, and in journeys, as in life, it is a great deal easier to go downhill than up. However, they kept on with unabated perseverance, and the hill has not yet lifted its face to heaven that perseverance will not gain the summit of at last. They walked upon the rim of the Devil's Punch Bowl, and Smike listened with greedy interest as Nicholas read the inscription upon the stone which, reared upon that wild spot, tells of murder committed there by night. The grass on which they stood had once been dyed with gore, and the blood of the murdered man had run down, drop by drop, into the hollow which gives the place its name. The Devil's Bowl, thought Nicholas, as he looked into the void, never held fitter liquor than that. Onward they kept, with steady purpose, and entered at length upon a wide and spacious tract of downs, with every variety of little hill and plain to change their verdant surface. Here they shot up almost perpendicularly into the sky, a height so steep as to be hardly accessible to any but the sheep and goats that fed upon its sides. And there stood a mound of green, sloping and tapering off so delicately, emerging so gently into the level ground that you could scarce define its limits. Hills swelling above each other, and undulations shapely and uncouth, smooth and rugged and graceful and grotesque, thrown negligently side by side, bounded the view in each direction, while frequently, with unexpected noise, there uprose from the ground a flight of crows, who, cawing and wheeling round the nearest hills, as if uncertain of their course, suddenly poised themselves upon the wing and skimmed down the long vista of some opening valley with the speed of light itself. By degrees, the prospect receded more and more on either hand, and as they had been shut out from rich and extensive scenery, so they emerged once again upon the open country. The knowledge that they were drawing near their place of destination gave them fresh courage to proceed, but the way had been difficult, and they had loitered on the road. Smike was tired. Thus twilight had already closed in when they turned off the path to the door of a roadside inn, yet 12 miles short of Portsmouth. 12 miles, said Nicholas, leaning with both hands on his stick and looking doubtfully at Smike. 12 long miles, repeated the landlord. Is it a good road? Inquired Nicholas. Very bad, said the landlord, as of course, being a landlord, he would say. I want to get on, observed Nicholas, hesitating. I scarcely know what to do. Don't let me influence you, rejoined the landlord. I wouldn't go on if it was me. Wouldn't you? Asked Nicholas, with the same uncertainty. Not if I knew when I was well off, said the landlord. And having said it, he pulled up his apron, put his hands into his pockets, and taking a step or two outside the door, looked down the dark road with an assumption of great indifference. A glance at the toil-worn face of Smike determined Nicholas, so without any further consideration he made up his mind to stay where he was. The landlord led them into the kitchen, and as there was a good fire, he remarked that it was very cold. If there had happened to be a bad one, he would have observed that it was very warm. What can you give us for supper? Was Nicholas's natural question. Why, what would you like? Was the landlord's no less natural answer. Nicholas suggested cold meat, but there was no cold meat. Poached eggs, but there were no eggs. Mutton chops, but there wasn't a mutton chop within 3 miles, though there had been more last week than they knew what to do with, and would be an extraordinary supply the day after tomorrow. Then, said Nicholas, I must leave it entirely to you, as I would have done at first if you had allowed me. Why, then I'll tell you what, rejoined the landlord. There's a gentleman in the parlor that's ordered a hot beefsteak pudding and potatoes at 9. There's more of it here than he can manage, and I have very little doubt that if I ask leave, you can sup with him. I'll do that in a minute. No, no, said Nicholas, detaining him. I would rather not. Pshaw, why cannot I speak out? Here, you see that I am travelling in a very humble manner, and have made my way hither on foot. It is more than probable, I think, that the gentleman may not relish my company, and although I am the dusty figure you see, I am too proud to thrust myself into his. Lord love you, said the landlord, it's only Mr. Crummles. He isn't particular. Is he not? Asked Nicholas, on whose mind, to tell the truth, The prospect of the savory pudding was making some impression. "Not he," replied the landlord. "He'll like your way of talking, I know. But we'll soon see all about that. Just wait a minute." The landlord hurried into the parlor without staying for further permission. Nor did Nicholas strive to prevent him, wisely considering that supper, under the circumstances, was too serious a matter to be trifled with. It was not long before the host returned in a condition of much excitement. "All right," he said in a low voice. "I knew he would. You'll see something rather worth seeing in there. Ye God, how they're a-going of it." There was no time to inquire what this exclamation, which was delivered in a very rapturous tone, referred, for he had already thrown open the door of the room, into which Nicholas, followed by Smike with the bundle on his shoulder. He carried it about with him as vigilantly as if it had been a sack of gold, straightway repaired. Nicholas was prepared for something odd, but not for something quite so odd as the sight he encountered. At the upper end of the room were a couple of boys, one of them very tall, and the other very short, both dressed as sailors, or at least as theatrical sailors, with belts, buckles, pigtails, and pistols complete, fighting what is called in playbills a terrific combat, with two of those short broadswords with basket hilts, which are commonly used at our minor theaters. The short boy had gained a great advantage over the tall boy, who was reduced to mortal strait, and both were overlooked by a large, heavy man, perched against the corner of a table, who emphatically adjured them to strike a little more fire out of the swords, and they couldn't fail to bring the house down on the very first night. "Mr. Vincent Crummles," said the landlord with an air of great deference. "This is the young gentleman." Mr. Vincent Crummles received Nicholas with an inclination of the head, something between the courtesy of a Roman emperor and the nod of a pot companion, and bade the landlord shut the door and be gone. "There's a picture," said Mr. Crummles, motioning Nicholas not to advance and spoil it. "The little un has him. If the big un doesn't knock under in 3 seconds, he's a dead man. Do that again, boys." The two combatants went to work afresh, and chopped away until the swords emitted a shower of sparks, to the great satisfaction of Mr. Crummles, who appeared to consider this a very great point indeed. The engagement commenced with about 200 chops administered by the short sailor and the tall sailor alternately, without producing any particular result, until the short sailor was chopped down on one knee. But this was nothing to him, for he worked himself about on the one knee with the assistance of his left hand, and fought most desperately until the tall sailor chopped his sword out of his grasp. Now, the inference was that the short sailor, reduced to the extremity, would give in at once and cry quarter. But, instead of that, he all of a sudden drew a large pistol from his belt and presented it at the face of the tall sailor, who was so overcome at this, not expecting it, that he let the short sailor pick up a sword and begin again. Then the chopping recommenced, and a variety of fancy chops were administered on both sides, such as chops dealt with the left hand, and under the leg, and over the right shoulder, and over the left. And when the short sailor made a vigorous cut at the tall sailor's legs, which would have shaved them clean off if it had taken effect, the tall sailor jumped over the short sailor's sword. Wherefore, to balance the matter, and make it all fair, the tall sailor administered the same cut, and the short sailor jumped over his sword. After this, there was a good deal of dodging about and hitching up of the inexpressibles in the absence of braces. And then the short sailor, who was the moral character evidently, for he always had the best of it, made a violent demonstration and closed with the tall sailor, who after a few unavailing struggles went down and expired in great torture as the short sailor put his foot upon his breast and bored a hole in him through and through. "That'll be a double encore if you take care, boys," said Mr. Crummles. "You had better get your wind now and change your clothes." Having addressed these words to the combatants, he saluted Nicholas, who then observed that the face of Mr. Crummles was quite proportionate in size to his body, that he had a very full underlip, a hoarse voice as though he were in the habit of shouting very much, and very short black hair, shaved off nearly to the crown of his head, to admit, as he afterwards learnt, of his more easily wearing character wigs of any shape or pattern. "What did you think of that, sir?" inquired Mr. Crummles. "Very good, indeed, capital," answered Nicholas. "You won't see such boys as those very often, I think," said Mr. Crummles. Nicholas assented, observing that if they were a little better match, Match, cried Mr. Crummles. I mean, if they were a little more of a size, said Nicholas, explaining himself. Size, repeated Mr. Crummles. Why, it's the essence of the combat that there should be a foot or two between them. How are you to get up the sympathies of the audience in a legitimate manner if there isn't a little man contending against a big one? Unless there's at least 5 to 1, and we haven't hands enough for that business in our company. I see, replied Nicholas. I beg your pardon. That didn't occur to me, I confess. It's the main point, said Mr. Crummles. I open at Portsmouth the day after tomorrow. If you're going there, look into the theatre and see how that'll tell. Nicholas promised to do so, if he could, and drawing a chair near the fire, fell into conversation with the manager at once. He was very talkative and communicative, stimulated, perhaps, not only by his natural disposition, but by the spirits and water he sipped very plentifully, or the snuff he took in large quantities from a piece of whitey-brown paper in his waistcoat pocket. He laid open his affairs without the smallest reserve, and descanted at some length upon the merits of his company, and the acquirements of his family, of both of which the 2 broadsword boys formed an honourable portion. There was to be a gathering, it seemed, of the different ladies and gentlemen at Portsmouth on the morrow, whither the father and sons were proceeding, not for the regular season, but in the course of a wandering speculation, after fulfilling an engagement to Guildford with the greatest applause. You are going that way? Asked the manager. Yes, said Nicholas. Yes, I am. Do you know the town at all? Inquired the manager, who seemed to consider himself entitled to the same degree of confidence as he had himself exhibited. No, replied Nicholas. Never there? Never. Mr. Vincent Crummles gave a short, dry cough, as much as to say, if you won't be communicative, you won't, and took so many pinches of snuff from the piece of paper, one after another, that Nicholas quite wondered where it all went to. While he was thus engaged, Mr. Crummles looked, from time to time, with great interest at Smike, with whom he had appeared considerably struck from the first. He had now fallen asleep and was nodding in his chair. Excuse my saying so, said the manager, leaning over to Nicholas and sinking his voice, but what a capital countenance your friend has got. Poor fellow, said Nicholas, with a half-smile. I wish it were a little more plump and less haggard. Plump! Exclaimed the manager, quite horrified. You'd spoil it forever. Do you think so? Think so, sir? Why, as he is now, said the manager, striking his knee emphatically, without a pad upon his body and hardly a touch of paint upon his face, he'd make such an actor for the star of business as was never seen in this country. Only let him be tolerably well up in the Apothecary and Romeo and Juliet, with the slightest possible dab of red on the tip of his nose, and he'd be certain of 3 rounds the moment he put his head out of the practicable door in the front grooves O.P. You view him with a professional eye, said Nicholas, laughing. And well I may, rejoined the manager. I never saw a young fellow so regularly cut out for that line, since I've been in the profession, and I played the heavy children when I was 18 months old. The appearance of the beefsteak pudding, which came in simultaneously with the junior Vincent Crummles, turned the conversation to other matters, and indeed for a time stopped it altogether. These 2 young gentlemen wielded their knives and forks with scarcely less address than their broadswords, and as the whole party were quite adept as a sharp set as either class of weapons, there was no time for talking until the supper had been disposed of. The Master Crummles had no sooner swallowed the last procurable morsel of food than they evinced, by various half-suppressed yawns and stretchings of their limbs, an obvious inclination to retire for the night, which Smike had betrayed still more strongly, he having, in the course of the meal, fallen asleep several times while in the very act of eating. Nicholas therefore proposed that they should break up at once, but the manager would by no means hear of it, vowing that he had promised himself the pleasure of inviting his new acquaintance to share a bowl of punch, and that if he declined, he should deem it very unhandsome behavior. Let them go, said Mr. Vincent Crummles, and we'll have it snugly and cosily together by the fire. Nicholas was not much disposed to sleep, being in truth too anxious, so after a little demur, he accepted the offer, and having exchanged a shake of the hand with the young Crummleses, and the manager, having on his part bestowed a most affectionate benediction on Smike, He sat himself down opposite to that gentleman by the fireside, to assist in emptying the bowl, which soon afterwards appeared, steaming in a manner which was quite exhilarating to behold, and sending forth a most grateful and inviting fragrance. But despite the punch and the manager, who told a variety of stories and smoked tobacco from a pipe and inhaled it in the shape of snuff with a most astonishing power, Nicholas was absent and dispirited. His thoughts were in his old home, and when they reverted to his present condition, the uncertainty of the morrow cast a gloom upon him, which his utmost efforts were unable to dispel. His attention wandered, and although he heard the manager's voice, he was deaf to what he said. And when Mr. Vincent Crummles concluded the history of some long adventure with a loud laugh, and an inquiry what Nicholas would have done under the same circumstances, he was obliged to make the best apology in his power, and to confess his entire ignorance of all he had been talking about. "Why, so I saw," observed Mr. Crummles. "You're uneasy in your mind. What's the matter?" Nicholas could not refrain from smiling at the abruptness of the question, but, thinking it scarcely worth while to parry it, owned that he was under some apprehensions lest he might not succeed in the object which had brought him to that part of the country. "And what's that?" asked the manager. "Getting something to do which will keep me and my poor fellow-traveller in the common necessaries of life," said Nicholas. "That's the truth. You guessed it long ago, I dare say, so I may as well have the credit of telling it you with a good grace." "What's to be got to do at Portsmouth more than anywhere else?" asked Mr. Vincent Crummles, melting the sealing wax on the stem of his pipe in the candle, and rolling it out afresh with his little finger. "There are many vessels leaving the port, I suppose," replied Nicholas. "I shall try for a berth in some ship or other. There is meat and drink there at all events." "Salt meat and new rum, peas pudding and chaff biscuits," said the manager, taking a whiff at his pipe to keep it alight, and returning to his work of embellishment. "One may do worse than that," said Nicholas. "I can rough it, I believe, as well as most young men of my age and previous habits." "You need be able to," said the manager, "if you go on board ship, but you won't." "Why not?" "Because there's not a skipper or mate that would think you worth your salt when he could get a practised hand," replied the manager, "and they as plentiful there as the oysters in the streets." "What do you mean?" asked Nicholas, alarmed by this prediction, and the confident tone in which it had been uttered. "Men are not born able seamen. They must be reared, I suppose." Mr. Vincent Crummles nodded his head. "They must, but not at your age, or from young gentlemen like you." There was a pause. The countenance of Nicholas fell, and he gazed ruefully at the fire. "Does no other profession occur to you, which a young man of your figure and address could take up easily and see the world to advantage in?" asked the manager. "No," said Nicholas, shaking his head. "Why, then, I'll tell you one," said Mr. Crummles, throwing his pipe into the fire and raising his voice. "The stage." "The stage!" cried Nicholas, in a voice almost as loud. "The theatrical profession," said Mr. Vincent Crummles. "I am in the theatrical profession myself. My wife is in the theatrical profession. My children are in the theatrical profession. I had a dog that lived and died in it from a puppy, and my chase pony goes on in Timur the Tartar. I'll bring you out and your friend too. Say the word. I want a novelty." "I don't know anything about it," rejoined Nicholas, whose breath had been almost taken away by this sudden proposal. "I never acted a part in my life, except at school." "There's genteel comedy in your walk and manner, juvenile tragedy in your eye, and touch-and-go farce in your laugh," said Mr. Vincent Crummles. "You'll do as well as if you had thought of nothing else but the lamps from your birth downwards." Nicholas thought of the small amount of small change that would remain in his pocket after paying the tavern bill, and he hesitated. "You can be useful to us in 100 ways," said Mr. Crummles. "Think what capital bills a man of your education could write for the shop windows." "Well, I think I could manage that department," said Nicholas. "To be sure you could," replied Mr. Crummles. "For further particulars, see small handbills. We might have words are hard. We might have half a volume in every one of them. Pieces, too. Why, you could write us a piece to bring out the whole strength of the company whenever we wanted one." "I am not quite so confident about that," replied Nicholas, "but I dare say I could scribble something now and then that would suit you." "We'll have a new show piece out directly," said the manager. "Let me see. peculiar resources of this establishment, new and splendid scenery, you must manage to introduce a real pump and 2 washtubs. Into the piece, said Nicholas. Yes, replied the manager. I bought 'em cheap at a sale the other day, and they'll come in admirably. That's the London plan. They look up some dresses and properties and have a piece written to fit 'em. Most of the theaters keep an author on purpose. Indeed, cried Nicholas. Oh, yes, said the manager. A common thing. It'll look very well in the bills in separate lines. Real pump, splendid tubs, great attraction. You don't happen to be anything of an artist, do you? That is not one of my accomplishments, rejoined Nicholas. Ah, then it can't be helped, said the manager. If you had been, we might have had a large woodcut of the last scene for the posters, showing the whole depth of the stage, with the pump and tubs in the middle. But, however, if you're not, it can't be helped. What should I get for all this? Inquired Nicholas, after a few moments' reflection. Could I live by it? Live by it, said the manager. Like a prince. With your own salary and your friends and your writings, you'd make £1 a week. You don't say so. I do indeed. And if we had a run of good houses, nearly double the money. Nicholas shrugged his shoulders, but sheer destitution was before him, and if he could summon fortitude to undergo the extremes of want and hardship, for what had he rescued his helpless charge if it were only to bear as hard a fate as that from which he had wrested him? It was easy to think of 70 miles as nothing when he was in the same town with the man who had treated him so ill and roused his bitterest thoughts. But now it seemed far enough. What if he went abroad and his mother or Kate were to die the while? Without more deliberation, he hastily declared it was a bargain, and gave Mr. Vincent Crummles his hand upon it. And as we're right at our time, we're going to close there and pick up with chapter 23 next week. And we will have the watch party tomorrow at, what do we say, 4 p.m. Pacific, I believe. That sound right, Vela? Yep. All right. 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We have not selected the movie yet, so if you'd like to weigh in on what movie we watch, the only restrictions are that it needs to be PG-13 or lower, and it needs to be available for no extra charge on Amazon Prime as we watch it through the Prime Video. And I don't want to ask everybody to spend money in addition to their Prime subscription. So, yeah. Watch party tomorrow. I don't know. Do you guys think I should do a little bit of a magic stream after this, or just go ahead and close here and find somebody to raid? It was kind of a new thing yesterday, but it seemed like you guys enjoyed it a little bit. What do you think? You want to see some magic? Watch me get my butt kicked again. Maybe Gecko, if she's still here, will play a game with me. You have adulting to do. I suppose it's time for little dude to hit the sack, huh? All right. Well, if any of you are here from Alex's stream and you enjoyed it, please do click that follow button so you get notified when I go live. Join the Discord so you can interact with our community. I know there's quite a few of the people in common between our two channels. There's the Discord link right there in the chat. And thank you so much for joining us, and I do hope you enjoyed it. Really appreciate all the love and support that I get, not least of which from Alex. He's been I've had a lot of doubts on this journey so far, and he helps buoy me up, and I really greatly appreciate it. Much love to you, Alex, if you're still here. In any case, I don't know. I think we'll try the magic thing. So I will go ahead and close out this stream and restart it as a magic stream. Or should I just convert over into it? I suppose I could just do that. Yeah, let's do some magic. Where's the gaming scene? There it is. Switch over to some magic. I've been disconnected. No good. Reconnect. Pretty please. Go to the dashboard. Swap out that stream title. Manage stream. Edit stream info. All right. I used to play Magic way back in the day. Ages and ages ago, pre-4th edition, for those of you that played Magic. So I've got decks that are like Dark and Legends and Unlimited and stuff like that. I wish I could play those cards in this, but unfortunately it won't let me sync those up way before they started including digital codes with packs and expansions. Let's see, pre-4th edition. Post story time stream. And swap our category. All right. There we go. All right. Magics. All right, Gecko. You want to take me on again real quick, or should I go find some random to kick my butt? Gecko's another streamer, by the way, guys. She actually streams Magic the Gathering and is far, far better at it than I am. Well, get logged in. I'll wait for you, but you better hurry up. Let's get this going. Come on. I have 2 friends. That's it. 2 friends. This will be my 3rd day playing the Magic the Arena. Haha, challenge you. Did you pick a standard deck, or is this one of your bullshit decks? I suspect this is going to be one of her bullshit decks. This could get really ugly really fast. Oh. Bad thing is, I don't even know what half the cards do. I don't even know what 3/4 of the cards do, honestly. This is all very, very new to me. Here we go. All these life givers. You're gonna bring out your Griffin Eerie next, right? All right, let's see. I guess we'll lead with that. Deploy the nose booper. All right. How about no? Need to get rid of some of those things before I can boop the nose. No, bad kitty. I don't like that kitty. You know, you want to. I know she's over there like rubbing her hands together and going, I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna embarrass him right on stream. Alright, well, no more of those shenanigans. Go away, Angel. And that's it. That's all I could do. The last game we played, every time she put a creature out, I made it go away. That does not seem to be what's going to happen this time. Yep, Gecko Stomp for sure. Hey, I thought you were going to go adulting. What should I play? I guess I'll throw that guy out there. He's brushing his teethers. Alright, good. Gotta brush them teethers. Otherwise you end up with dragon breath. Not yet. Not time to boop the nose just yet. Alright, let's throw that guy out there. One more? One more? Yes, okay. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Next turn. Normally I'd be a little more aggressive, but I know that card right there is full of shenanigans. Or not. I thought it was going to be full of shenanigans. Maybe I was wrong. Okay. Well, let's put... Let's put you on there. That'll be a fun. Alright. Time to boop the snoot. You gonna block, Gecko? Or are you gonna let me boop that nose? That's it? Oh, man. Don't get to boop the snoot. Wait. Is that going to prevent it from being hurt? Because it disallows it from blocking? No? Okay. Good. Grow, my minions. Grow. Yep, I think it's time for that card. Alright, let's do this again. I get to boop the snoot. Boop, boop. Boop the nose. And I get a griffin now. And they grow more. Yes. Right when I start to get like this, that's about when she plays some ridiculous card like this giant fist that just wipes everything off the board. It's really annoying. I don't even know how many cards are like that out there. She just like whips them out like, haha, I kill you. Let's get that guy out there. Don't have the mana for the kicker. And let's go with you and you and you. Boop. Boop the nose. I had one of those that I got to be really gross. Plussed him up a whole bunch. You see death in your future? I mean, maybe. You are putting out a lot of creatures. No wonder she hasn't been replying. Okay. Is it my turn yet? Like it would make a difference. Oh. Alright. Let's throw another one of those out there just for fun. Good lord. You, and you. Yeah, that looks right. Boop the snoot. Boop, boop. I booped the snoot. Like you don't, no snoot poops? Ah, poop the snoot's good. Alright. Need a couple more of these. There's this ridiculous card that I need to get. It's this queen, and every time a white creature attacks, you gain a life for it. These guys just go full ridiculous with it. It's completely absurd. All right, let's see. That guy, these three, and this guy. It's booping time. Sorry. I know I'm ridiculous. Yes! Yes, the boops are coming, Gecko. Boop the gecko. Feel the mighty boops. Boop, boop, boop. All the boops. Worst loss today. Oh, good lord, how did I get 111 HP? What? What? That's ridiculous. I think this is getting away from me a little bit. Only a little. Just a tiny bit. Here, I'll make it better. There you go. Is that better? Bruh. Here. There we go. Boop, 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 boop. Turbo boops. Oh my god. That wasn't supposed to happen. I'm sorry, Gecko. Please still play with me. I don't even know how that happened. It's supposed to go the other way. Oh crap, she's gonna pull out a really big deck now. Okay. Here we go. So, can you actually play more than one player at a time with Arena? Like, could we play a 3 or 4 player game? Ew, that is an awful starting hand. Yeah, that's a little better. Yeah, all right. It's probably the least useful. Okay. I still don't like that Cobra. Or that one. See, what did I tell you? Giants. Whipping out the giants and they stomp all the things. Okay. Oh boy. This is going to get ugly, isn't it? Okay. Get out there and defend me. Defend my honor. What? What? That is so broken. Why is that? The company that makes Magic has just lost its damn mind since I played. Yeah, completely lost its mind. They just don't care about balance anymore. Balance? What's that? We'll just ban them if they get too ridiculous. All right. Well. It's probably a poor decision, but whatever. Not yet. Not yet, but someday soon. Nope. There it is. Yep. Every time. Every time. She just crushes them. My hopes and dreams along with them. She says, no, you cannot have any hopes. No hopes and dreams for you. I'm going to die to little tiny boops. I don't like that one. Did I tell you about the game with random? Where she put that thing out and she made like 200 of those? The bigger one, by the way. And they were all like 6-6 to start for some reason. I don't know why. And so it begins. This is what I expected to have happen last game, by the way, guys. This is how it's been going since I started playing the new versions of Magic. Well, go away. I don't like you. It's fine, Gecko. Honestly, I do not expect to win any of my matches for a while. I still have to learn the cards and acquire cards. Ow, 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 stop it. Rip. Alright, I'm going to try a random, and then I'll come back and play you again, okay? Let me see if I can recover some dignity. This time, maybe you can help coach me, alright? What do you think? Should I play this deck or one of the pre-mades? That one? Okay. Standard ranked. Play. By the way, I'm up in silver now. Alright. So, as long as you're coaching me now, the party stuff, how does that, I don't know, a couple in? Or 2, 3, something like that? I don't know. I wasn't paying too much attention. So the party stuff. If like a creature says warrior on it, is it automatically a warrior in my party, or do I need to designate it somehow, or how does that work? Or is it a different designation? It can't just say like vampire warrior or whatever. Okay, so I have like the Cold Blade. It's a vampire warrior. Does that mean I have one thing in my party? Or do I have to designate it somewhere? All right, Forest Bear. Think they play a green deck? Maybe green black with the Liliana avatar. Liliana? I don't know, whatever. Sure, we can do that. All right, I'm in cozy chair. Wait. Why is it a draw? Did they leave? Lame. That's dumb. Waited for like a whole minute. All right, if any of you watching out there have magic and want to add me, this is me. Can somebody type that in chat real quick so I don't lose the focus? Nope. Mulligan. Okay. Done. There it is again. If anybody wants to add me as a friend, and then we can play some matches if you like. You can have fun kicking my butt in public in front of a few witnesses, however many people are watching right now. Gecko's the only one talking. I don't mind it. I mean, honestly, at this stage, I would far rather get beat and see some new cards and some new like techniques and stuff than anything else. Well, okay. I do want to get some wins so I get the like gold and XP so I can get some more packs, so I can get some more cards, but alright, what do we got? Gross. I don't know if I'm going to spend any or not yet. Alright. Spending money's a trap? Believe it. I need some black mana. Give me a swamp. Or scoured lands would be nice, actually. Scoured lands. These guys would both grow. Oh, that's a gross combination. Play an extra land, make that guy grow. Nah, I don't like them. They need to go. I could take 3 damage for getting rid of that. If I could get a black mana anyway. Okay. Yeah, I don't think this one's going to go too well. No, I should have plussed it up so I could block one guy anyway. Dope. Man, what kind of coach are you? You didn't stop me from doing that? No. It was my fault. I'm just teasing you. You look down. Well, see, you leave me unattended for like half a second. Half a second, you leave me unattended. I'm going to do something stupid. Just block it and lose the priest so I can live another turn. Come on, one swamp. Really? Really? Right? No, because I'm losing. I don't think it's better than being mana flooded. Yes, meow. I can live another turn by sacrificing my priest. Die, priest. What? Huzzah? No, that's not a huzzah. Yep, super gross. Well, I still live one more turn. Maybe. Unless he's got some kind of like growth card. What? Oh, it's trample. Oh. I even know what trample is. I've seen trample. Trample existed back in the day. Also, I'm silver too. See. I don't feel like I earned it. Especially breaking into silver because somebody conceded when they had like 18 life. What the heck? All right. Let's see what we got. Second prospect. What happened to my first prospect? Hey, look. I get swamps and white cards. Yep. Oh well, we'll keep this one. At least I can get rid of a creature and summon this one. Come on, come on, come on, come on. See, I wish I could do this stuff on him. Boop in the nose the whole time. Boop. Need like a command to play a boop the nose gif. That way people in chat can just do exclamation boop. And it does a boop the nose. What do you think? That'd be good, right? So now I need to figure out how to do those. Oh my god, I'm going to have black and white mana in a black-white mana deck? Hey, there's a J-Math. Hey, J-Math. We'll play after this one, okay? Not sure what I'm going to do with that. That's just craziness. I've convinced you to play. Woot. Alright. Don't worry, Soulmender. I will kill you soon. You just created your account? Okay, play through the tutorial stuff. So you at least have some decks. And can actually, do the challenges in PvP. And then shoot me a message, and then we'll play. Because we won't be able to until then. Okay. How about... Alright, should I be greedy, put that guy out, and then do that so they both gain tokens? Or just go ahead and get the boop? Alright, if this goes badly, I blame you. Greedy gecko. What is this thing? I don't think I like that. I don't... Destroy. Damn it. Yeah. I can't destroy an indestructible one, though. No blocks. You can boop it. Right. Oh, it's only indestructible till Can you do this on my turn? Can you do the +1? Okay. So... Alright, good. Well, in that case, we'll do Heartless Act, destroy you. Kapow. Now I got some 2/2s. Now you know what's going to happen, right? Die! No nose boops. Just die. Booty head. I don't like that guy. Well, I mean, I like him when he's on my side. Then he's kind of nice. But when he's got him, he's bad, kitty. Well, I kind of thought maybe I'd make him kill one, make those guys each 3/3. What do you think? I suppose. Well, it's not a targeted kill spell. But okay. I'll pacify him. That's fair. Boop. I booped a nose. No, you booped a nose. I booped a nose. No, you turn. My turn. Boop the nose. What are you? Well, I don't think I like that. Alright, well. Let's do something about that. 4 mana. So I could do Eternal Thirst and fight as one. And make whichever one gets blocked indestructible. Probably the best bet. Next, I'll attack. 2 attackers. You gonna block? Yep. It's not enough to kill it. But I gained some life. And he took a boop. And then he booped me back. Get rid of a creature. You know what's going to happen now, right? Oh, that's fine. It doesn't matter which one, because it's going to plus these guys up. Except this one with the lifelink gets 4/4. So I'll gain 4 life, which then will get me a griffin, which will block that asshole. See, old school smarts. Look at that. Teach these young whippersnappers. Be like, darn kids, get out of my arena. No subtlety. Always going for the obvious solutions. No! What a butthead. Wait, what? Just... I don't understand. This is dumb. That's dumb. Alright, we'll see if this guy lives. Yeah, I'm going to see if he's just going to kill it outright. This will be fun later. Time to boop. Boop the snoot. This charming prince. Scryer gain 3 life. Exile another target creature you own. Return it into the battlefield. But he didn't have another creature to exile, right? Yeah, but he didn't have anything to actually do that with, right? So it doesn't really matter. Okay. I'll attack with my 4/4. Boople Snoop. Stupid moth. Well, now if I block him, he's going to come back as a flying creature. Why is he saying oops? Snarky little so-and-so. Go ahead, block it. Lose your moth. Let's see what happens then. Oh, we can't have that. No. Too big. Don't like it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I agree. Although that's going to give him another flying creature. Whatever. Come on, dude. Bet it all on the river. Tank the damage. That never goes poorly. Tank it. You know you... Aw. Okay. Now he has no cards. Alright. I'll tank it so I can kill him next round. I think... I'll be 1 short. Whatever. It'll be alright. Mm-hmm. So he can do 9 damage to me, but leaves himself open for my counterattack. Mm-hmm. Sorry, dude. You lost. One way or another. Alright, let's see. Alright, I can attack with 3. He'll block 3, but he'll lose... what? At least 2 creatures? Yeah, he'll lose 2 creatures. Leaves him to do 6 damage, and then all I need is the 1. Okay. I'll make this trade with you. Griffin's Eerie isn't going to help you. Kind of amazed he didn't decide to kill 2 of the creatures. Oh well. So okay. You're dead. Oh, what? That's stupid. Whatever. The Null Priest, he still has to block with 2. And if he doesn't block it, it's enough to kill him. This should be it. Yeah, can't block the Null Priest with that one, buddy. You have what? Why did he ask for more time? Oh, what? No. That's so dumb. That's so dumb. It should not have calculated that life stuff in time for him to. Whatever. Stupid. Great. What do you think? I think I'm going to lose this one now. It's dumb. Fine. I can't even block his creatures anyway. He's dumb. I'm going to take my ball and go home. Screw you guys. I'm going home. Rip. Oh, well. Oh, I can't say good game. Alright. Well, on the off chance second prospect that you're watching, good game. Good win. Just close though. It was so close. I'll take it though. It was a good win. On his part, I mean. Alright, J-Math, you done with the tutorial yet? Or do I need to find another match? Or play Gecko real quick. I could play Gecko again real quick. Still going through it? Okay. Alright, Gecko. You want to do another one, or should I do another bot play? Not bot play. Rando play. Pub play. Alright. Pub play then. Or did you mean try another challenge? I mean, we're 2-2 for today, right? Two and two, right? Because we're 1-1, and then I had to go for a bit, and now with this one. All right, only 2 land, but I can cast a couple of things with it. Yeah, all right, we'll try it. There's this Vampire Cleric card that I want to get a hold of that every time you gain life, your opponent loses the same amount. I think that could get really ugly really fast, played correctly. Especially with that queen that gives you... Yeah. Then there's that queen that every time a white creature attacks, you gain a life. With those token white creature multiplying decks. Throw all that out. Okay. Probably more important to get my creature out. I am so pacifying you next turn, dude. Like, you have no idea how quickly you're going to get pacified. All the pacifications. I'll get my HP back. Thank you. How you like that? Oh, apparently you don't like that. Thanks. I mean, I suppose turnabout's fair play. So and so. Fine. See how it's gonna be. What is this thing? What? No. That's a different one. Yeah. But that's a different one than the other card, so I could actually have like 8 of these. Ugh. That's gross. You know. You gots to go. Oh, on the stream? I mean, a little bit, yeah. I don't know. Is it kind of looks small on my screen? Is it too small? Oh, I don't think the stream hurt you. Nope. Straight up, guys. She's just like, nope, it's perfect size. And I died. Can I not? No, no, I have to. I'm sorry. Hi, Bella. Welcome to the channel. Gecko's hilarious. No, you murdered me. Stupid person murdering me. Oh, so you had to hop in here so I'd catch all your comments? Okay. Wait, were you saying I talk shit and get hit? That's not nice. Me. That's not nice, guys. That way it wouldn't get censored. Okay. Wait, no, I was supposed to boop him. Damn it. You stopped monitoring me again, Gecko. You looked down. I did it dumb again. Oh. What? Why are you... Oh. Lame. You destroy your own creature just to do a little bit. Wow. That's so annoying. That is so annoying, dude. Why? That was the cheesiest victory ever. He murdered his own creature to win when he could have just attacked. That was like, I have no respect for you. You are the crappiest Magic player I've ever encountered. No respect. No respect. Any of you watch Rodney Dangerfield? Probably before your time. I mean, to be honest, it's before my time too, but whatever. All right, Gecko, you want to play another match? Or JMath, are you done with the tutorial yet? What? Why do you hate me? Because Rodney Dangerfield is before my time? It's not like I said you were 42 again. Oh man, I gotta make sure that I gotta add this somehow. Okay. You see. Can one of you say something real quick? No, you don't want to be heard on stream? Kiss butt cheeks. That's not nice. All right, Gecko, are we playing again or another pickup game? I challenge the Gecko. Fight me. Okay, you be fair. I'll be obvious. You be fair. What? Whose side are you on, Vela? I thought I thought we were friends. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna regret this so much. Johnny is not welcome here. This is supposed to be standard decks. Johnny is not standard. I mean, is this thing like a tick, basically? Like, what's supposed to be going on there? Right, and I'm looking at it. It looks like a rhino beetle, kinda, but it says that if there's another creature with power 4 or greater, it grows. Right, which is kind of what I'm. What? I'm playing a pre-made deck. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know how I'm not playing fairy. You're playing a joke deck? I don't believe it. What? Stealing my giant? Wait, what? What? That is a ridiculous card. I can't cast others. You suck so much. Fine. Beetle boop. Boop the nose with the beetle. Um. Sorry, I'm still learning the how to actually pay an X cost. No? No? Hmm. Well, I don't like it when you steal my giant. Hmm. Well, nothing says rhinoceros beetle like trample. Don't you think? What? What's wrong with that? That's what she said. Gecko was like, what the heck? So many big things. All right, be honest. Just how red are you right now? Really red? Okay. I wish you guys could hear Gecko. She's like, huh, 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 huh. And now she's gonna kill me because I teased her. No joke. Hmm. So hexproof protects against all spells. Hmm. I don't like that. What? What's wrong? It's not mean. Little mean. But it was annoying me. No? How about. Stop what? Trample. I mean, you still have like double my life. I wouldn't be too terribly worried. And you get free hits. What? You got another Shalai? I don't like this. I feel like I'm in trouble. How about this? Yeah, but I think I'm still going to lose. Yep, I lost. It was close, though. It was a good fight, right? I was this close. Nice job. Nice win. That was a good one. All right. You ready, J Math? Awesome. All right. Hey. Hey. I thought. All right. So, J Math, you got to click on the like friend thing and accept the challenge. You are not kidding. Everybody's out to get me. I swear. Hey, J Math. Welcome to the cozy chair. By the way, if any of you are watching and you want to hear what's going on in the Discord, I'm sure somebody could type the Discord command, pretty please. Pop up that link so you can join the Discord and pop in here and hear all the shenanigans going on. Come say hello, hang out with the bedtime community, listen to everybody talking shit to me. Bottom left corner of the screen looks like a little person. I am way better than lucky. I am blessed and incredibly fortunate to have you as a friend, let alone a mod. Vela is amazing, and if any of you have her as a friend, you're very, very fortunate. Well. All right. So, are you watching the stream? Here, look on my stream real quick, because it's not like you can see the deck right now. You see where I'm pointing with the cursor? Click there, and then where my name is, you don't have one? Are you sure you're just... I mean, it shouldn't be that hard to find. Everybody has one. All right, you restart. I will try. Well, I'm gonna try a stomp stomp because it probably won't take long either. What? I'm not rude. Well, okay, sometimes I'm rude, but not being rude right now. This one's fun. This could end up being a lot of draw cards. Right. Stumpy, stompy. Eat foot. Raw giant. Me giant, me smash. Are you still eating the Smurf ice cream? She has this ice cream that looks like the aftermath of a Smurf on a bender. She said it looked like unicorn shit in a blender, but it had chunks in it, which it wouldn't have chunks after a blender. Which may be too much detail for our viewers. Oh shit. I should probably mark this a mature one, shouldn't I? Maybe. Channel mature content. Okay. Safe. I think. Do I have to push the save button? Okay. Updated. It's all mature now. You have been warned. Yep. There's the warning thingy. Okay. Oh, sorry. Sorry, dude. Ooh. Fight. Kill. Die. Okay. All attack. Boop. Boop. Although I feel it's kind of unfair because this guy didn't even have a nose for me to boop. Look at that. There's no nose there. How am I supposed to boop the snoot? Wanderer or something. I don't know. Boop. Eh. Oh, he's gonna kill my bone crusher. That's not nice. I like that beetle, though. Alright. Bye-bye, dude. Alright, J-Mouth. Have you found the button? Oh, look. I ranked up. Nice. I'm silver rank 2. Is that good? I have no idea if that's good or not. But I got 250 coins. Oh my god, I can buy a pack. Give me pack, give me pack, give me pack. Packs. Alright. What do you think? Ikoria, Theros, Eldraine. What should I get? Well, one of those vampire priests in. The vampire clerics. Zendikar's not standard, though. Or no, Zendikar's the newest one. Dang it. Alright, I want to check. There's black cards. Not collected. Standard. Creature. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Veto, Thorn of the Dusk Rose in Magic 21. The Marauding Blight Priest is... Alright, what's that symbol? Zendikar? Okay. So Core 21 or Zendikar? I haven't really gotten any in the Core 21 yet. Get packs. Yay, 1 pack. Claim. Alright. Gimme, 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 gimme. Alright, that's a nice card. Fire shark, do 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 do. Fire shark, do 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 do. Yes. Fire shark. Because it's funny. Also, it's in your head now. Ooh, what is this? Is this good? You return. Wait. You may return another target creature you control to its owner's hand. If you do, you gain life equal to that creature's converted mana cost. I mean, Could be good. It's like a automatic unsummon plus life gain. Otherwise, it's not really useful, is it? Lame. All right. Let me see if I can create one of those real quick. Vampire. Can't type. Shh. Hush. 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 Mock me. Hey, no judgings. All right. What was that noise, Gecko? That was a laugh? No. It was not a laugh. Wait. That's a common? Oh, that's gross. I want it. I only have one common wild card, though. Lame. I wants it. I needs it, my precious. All right. Get. Nope. Stop craft. Get in there. Anything else I need to add? Well, tell him you're having fun. You're doing other things. Or magic. Or, bed. Well, obviously they have bedtime. Okay, so she definitely has bedtime on her mind. Okay. P wants you? Oh, okay. Okay, sure. He wants you. All right, all right. Words are hard. So are other things if he wants you. Oh, it's a good thing I marked it a mature stream, isn't it? By the way, this is obviously bedtime after dark, where things get real. No, don't leave. You are every bit as bad as I am, and you know it. Yes, yes, see. Okay. I'm glad you agree. All right. Don't be ashamed. Wear it proudly. All right, J Math, you ready for a matchup? Do you have the little button? Yes? Okay, let's do this. I challenge you, sir. You have been challenged. What? You want me to do an evil laugh? That's all right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to miss my mark. Okay, well, maybe I missed my mark, but I've got my math. Got J Math right where I want him. Could have said I'll make my mark. Denied. No appreciation. No, don't leave. You've got two noobs to coach now, Gecko. We're multiplying. Mathematically. Hey, I mean, at least somebody's laughing at my jokes. Pretty much. At least somebody's laughing at my jokes this way. I mean, I don't know what you guys want. I swear you're laughing too. And unless you're in the Discord, you can't prove otherwise. So if you want to prove me wrong, you better get in here. Oh, I guess I missed my mark. By By the way, J Math, boop. I booped the nose. By the way, hey J Math. I boop it again. Boop. Boop the snoot. Dude, you played the kitty. He's got such a boopable snoot. Look at that. Look at that thing right there. It just says boop me. It's almost as good as a horse's snoot for the booping. I know, it was amazing. You should post the video to the Discord in the where the fluffy things are. Hey, JMath. Boop. I booped the snoot again. Probably. Nice. The boop the snoot video is live. Thank you. Seriously, that was awesome. I got so happy when you showed me that video. She went and rode horses today and booped the horse on the snoot and said, boop the snoot. It's really quiet, but if you listen, you can hear it. It says, boop the snoot. It was delightful. No! You killed him! You bastard. You killed Kenny. How could you? How could you? Fine. Well, there's nothing wrong with a good giggle. Oops. Oh, that thing was gross. That thing was gross. I didn't like it. Alright, so does it give it double life link? Like, will I get 8 life from this? Would have been nice. By the way, it's now getting +2/+2 every time you lose a creature. I mean, I like it. Your decks are ridiculous. Actually, you know what I want to see? I want to see your ridiculous deck fight Random's ridiculous dinosaur deck. I want to watch that fight. That would be a good fight. Are you not going to block? All right, at random, come fight at Gecko in Magic the Gathering. I don't know. I think it'd be awesome. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. It'd be awesome. Actually, it kind of seems like you just said she was scared. You might want to edit that so you make it clear. Because it looks like you're calling her out. Block or die. Don't feel bad, J-Math. Like, all of my first games went like that. Every single one of them. Big boop. I had I had one yesterday, I think it was. I wasn't streaming it. Thank God I wasn't streaming it. And I was ahead 167 to, I think he had 3 hit points left. And he beat me 270 something to negative 193. That hurt. It was it was not glorious. It was awful. Oh, yeah, right? All right, Gecko, you up for another one or play through one of the color challenges and it'll unlock a bunch of new cards for you. Okay, we'll play. But JMath, play through whatever color you want to play. Play through a color challenge of that, and it'll unlock a bunch of new cards for you. All right, Gecko, I challenge you. There, better, Vela. Are you happy now? uh, Bring it. Consider it brung. Whether it's at whether it's adequate to the task, I don't know. We'll find out. It may not be. What is? Neither is this hand. What the hell is going on here? No. I don't want to get rid of it. Fine. When I mulligan, it goes to the bottom of the deck, doesn't it? Like the card I discard? Or does it get shuffled back in? Oh, that hurts. That hurts a lot. I suppose I deserved that. She poked me with Solmender, goes, boop the snoot. That'll be my magic catchphrase. Boop the snoot. I should just title all my magic streams that. Boop the snoot. Boop the snoot. Definitely. All right. What do we got? What do we got? Don't like any of these things. All right, get out there. You have no mana. Staring at it's not going to make it go away. How could you miss? Really? Have you had too much Smurf ice cream? How do you have this many cards out already? No, Meow. It's bad, Meow. Bad kitty. Bad kitty, go away. What? You know what? I think it was very called for. You know what comes next, though? Boop. Boop the snoot. It's kind of dangerous booping the dragon snoot, though. They have teeth. See, I'm going to get bit. Okay, you don't need to use the big teeth. Little teeth would have been fine. That's not a boop anymore. That's at least a bop. Maybe even a bonk. Okay. Not a boopity. Boopity's a lie. Why? What? No. I don't care. I like it. It's a nice moth. Don't hate on Mothra. Flying for... You're a booty head. You are a booty head. That's what you are. Okay. Actually, I probably should have done that in reverse order. Oh well. I guess I can't complain about you not stopping me from doing something dumb since, you're actually playing against me right now. I take it you oopsed. Okay. I'm actually alright with you oopsing. You froze your tooth? Ew. I heard a thing. What just happened? Not corpse. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Hope you come join the Discord and hang out with us sometime. All right. Yes, we do, but only if you ask nice. Gecko says she bites. Goes with being the dragon. Wow, why you gotta make it dirty? I was just going with because she's a dragon. It's like the evolved form of the gecko. Okay, so you, and you. Stop what? Stop what? Fine, I'll do that one too. All the boops! I'm at 3. I don't know what you're complaining about. What happened to my griffin? Hello, Not Corpse. Welcome to the Discord. Glad you could make it. Hey, Vezer. I'm waving. You can't see it. I mean, I bet she would be down with a Geico endorsement. She is a major dork. This is true. It's even. Hey, it's even in her dating profile. Line number one: I'm a dork. Actually, isn't that what you wrote? You want to see her dating profile? Oh, what are you screenshotting, Gecko? Ow. That is the second time that I've. Man, look at that. I mean, that localizes her to like what, half a continent? Half a continent? All right. Well, since you're busy, I will go stomp a pub. Do you play Magic, not Corpse? Or Vezir? Yes. Yes, this is true. Guilty as charged. Here, I think I've got some cards to prove my bona fides. My first cards were like Unlimited, Legend, Dark, Arabian Nights. I sold mine when I joined the military for like 150. There's a big difference there. I feel like you probably got the better deal. Oh, sorry. Oops. Whoever I'm playing, I'm sorry. I was trying to get the. I had a picture I took for Gecko. They're they're probably not. I know, but I feel better saying the apology. Okay. I feel like I did the right thing by and I'm still ignoring them because I'm apologizing for ignoring them. Wow. I blame you guys. I blame all of you. You're distracting me. It's your fault, not mine. Okay. You are a dork. Just because I am also a dork does not disqualify you from being dorky. Anyway, when I first met Gecko, I told her she was streaming a Magic game, and I told her the stuff that I used to play, and she was like, "Liar! I don't believe you." No, with the mutation. I don't like the mutations. Anyway, Corpse. So, all right, go ahead. I'll tell you the story after. Well, you're not supposed to say her ID. You like a lot of things. Okay. All right. 10 out of 10 would swipe right again. Don't hate on Tinder. It's a No, it's a pouncing shark, but it bounced me. I feel like somebody said that to you already, Gecko. I feel like it's not the first time you've been called out on that. Ah, I'm getting stomped. I mean, granted. Just tell her you don't like her taste in men. Tell her you don't like your taste in men. It's not. It's a different. How many of your friends are busy trying to hook you up? Well, I think it's over. This was humiliating. To be fair, Gecko, to be fair, earlier you were talking about throwing flyers out the window of your car, going, "Hey guys, I'm single, call me." I know, that's what I'm saying. Because it's not their guy. All right. Let's see if this goes any better than the other game. You're the worst? That's not a nice thing to say to your friend. No, that's a bad kitty. I can't have that kitty there. Go away, kitty. No, no kitty. You would have played Scarred Barons first? Yeah, but then I would have taken the boop from the cat. And she's got a bunch more cats, so she would have plussed it up. Hmm. Maybe. But the attack already happened. So let's see if she follows your advice. Yeah, she likes your advice. Yeah. can't remember the rest of the song. Shit. Although, I could probably get in trouble if I sang along to it, couldn't I? Freaking DMCA stuff. They're getting like super serious about it. My deck is standard. Um, I don't know because Gecko keeps saying she doesn't know which of her decks are standard. So hers could be anything. Too early for what? Like, yep. It's me versus the Gecko. She's been helping teach me the new magic stuff. Yeah, that was dumb. Don't mind me, I did it dumb. I do a lot of dumbs right now. What? You didn't like that? She did. She might make a lot of funny noises. Hey, look at it this way. To err is human. Yes, I just cracked myself up with that. It's a good thing I laugh at my own jokes. I don't trust your shenanigans. You wanted to kill my critter. What the heckins what? You wanted to kill my critter. Hey, what? It was very much called for. It was called for horses? You're calling your horses on me? Are there horse decks? I mean, centaur deck, sure, but horse decks? I don't. I don't like that at all. I don't like it so much I died. Self esteem. I don't need it. I don't need it at all. It's alright. Still love you. You're still awesome. Now I just need to find a subwoofer so I can disable you for a game and actually win one. I, somewhere, have a copy of the original Magic the Gathering strategy guide that they published. Yep. It is in a case somewhere. No. Did my thing that I do. He's not supposed to do the things I do. Wait, there's no way I'm a higher rank than you. There's no way I'm a higher rank than you. No. No way. Why are you bronze tier 3? Does it start over every month? You haven't played ranked at all? Or it starts over? Which is it? Okay. As long as an opponent has 8 or more cards in the graveyard, it's +1/+0 on menace. I don't like that. What? Don't make fun of me. That's not nice. I don't. I don't like any of his things. Are you going to jump in and play me, Visor? Join in the obvious smashing. All right, man. Well, play a little more tomorrow. All right. Thanks for the game, J-Beth. He said bye. Obviously bedtime. Yeah. Can who hear what? Vezer, are you not listening to the stream? So that's... Dude, I've been talking to you this whole time. No wonder it seemed like you were ignoring me. What? Well, that's because it shouldn't echo unless I do the push to talk, which I haven't been doing push to talk. No wonder I was like, geez, this guy, he's like talking to other people, but he's ignoring me. Jumps in. Man. So I was like telling you stories and all this shit and nothing. Great. I was like, man, this guy is being so mean to me and just ignoring me. All right, so I play my first deck. We'll just rewind the whole conversation. My first decks were like Unlimited, Dark, Arabian Nights, Legends, stuff like that. And when I first met Gecko, it's all right. I'll forgive you. So when I first met Gecko, I was talking to her about Magic because she was streaming Magic, and I'd found her from Alex's stream, I think. And I told her when I had started playing and some of the cards that I had, and she was like, "Liar, you're lying. You don't have that." I was like, "Okay, fine. I'll prove it. Can I DM you on Discord?" And she's like, "Sure." So I took a picture of what was it, like the Sorcerer's Queen and a couple others. I think the original Ivory Tower and a couple other ones. I think there was a legend in there too. Yeah, of these really old cards. And she's like, "Oh my god!" And we've been friends ever since. That's all it takes to make friends with Gecko. For those of you who were listening to her dating profile earlier, just get some like vintage magic cards and you're in. And that, yeah. And then when you said that you sold your collection for like 75,000, I was I was like, I sold my collection when I was joined the military and I got like $150 for it. Ah, it was right at, you remember like early on when Magic crashed? Well, do you remember when Magic crashed in value that first time? Like when it just fell apart and there was no money left in it? Yeah, somewhere in there. That's when I sold them. They had like no value anymore at all. No, because I don't actually remember too much about those days. What? That's ridiculous. Bella's like, I don't care about any of the stuff you're talking about. I just care about the little fox. It's all about the fox. Uh, Sorry, Bella, that just sounded really dirty. So, truth be told, I have brain dumped a lot of the old magic cards. I was I was a kid when I played. Hey, don't pacify me. What? Why didn't I get that when I logged in? Man, now I'm jealous. No, this is day 3 of me playing this. Hey, I win. Look at that. Bye, dude. So, I kind of messed up. I was listening to you guys' conversation. Totally forgot that I'm streaming and I should, be talking to my stream instead of just sitting here quietly playing. And they can't hear you talking because the Discord isn't posted to the stream. So, sorry, everybody. I wasn't ignoring you. I promise. I was think I was trying to be polite to the people in the Discord by not over talking them. Yeah. I mean, they are, but I'm also really new to streaming. This is month beginning of my third month. So just over 2 months streaming. And day 2 of streaming Magic. Because, why not? It was fun. People seem to like it okay. Normally I stream story time, so I read all kinds of books throughout the week. Yes, boop the snoot. Alright. Am I booping your snoot again, Gecko? Looks like you went offline. Hey, Chandler. Sorry, I didn't see you pop in. How are you? Get what? What do I get? It's been a long time since I've seen you, man. Alright, who do we got? Still guard him. That's what you have in your account, Vezer? Good lord. I'm gonna die so bad when I fight you. It's ridiculous. Alright. So for those of you who can't hear, these guys are just listing off all the wild cards and gems that they have in their accounts. It's more than a little ridiculous. Stumpy. Can't be having that. No cariddids. Alright, forest. Let's bring out my giant. Rah! Bone Crusher Giant. All right, Chandler, have a good night. Thanks for popping in. It was good to hear from you again. Hope to catch you around sometime. Warden of the Chained. Low struck beast is what? Can't attack unless you have a 1/1. Poor Obvious tried to verse your... No. You went and got that thing out of your bullshit drawer, and you unloaded a whole bucket of bullshit on top of me with very little warning. You were just like, ha ha ha, I'm Gecko. I have come here to destroy. So much bullshit. Pretty much. I mean, I feel like I'm basically spot on with that. I think it was a good impersonation. I need one more mana. One more mana. That's all I need here. Another warden. So you have something to play against me that's not complete bullshit? Well, obviously she means for me. You know, so I don't get just curb stomped. It is a big beast. I don't like that beast. I don't like him that big. Block. Goodbye, warden. Okay. Wheel. Oh, there's two of those. Fine. No attacks. In turn. Stupid love-struck beast. Right? That's what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. Best blockers. You block. Block. Now I should get a chance. Click it. Click it. And Gecko was like, yes, humiliation. I humiliated him into. Oh, now I get a fourth land. Wait, why didn't. What did I miss? Why didn't he die? He plussed it up. He cast that and gave it +3/+3, so it survived. Dude, you're a butthead. I don't care who you are, you're a butthead. Pretty much. Vivian's Big Boys. See, I didn't name my deck when I played like the original Magic stuff. But I suppose you could call it "fuck you" because that's what all my friends said to me when I played it. It was a white, blue, and black, um, basically screw you over deck. It would dispose of whatever creatures you had that I didn't want, take control of the rest, and then beat you to death with your own creatures. You think? Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. Think he's got anything else to plus it up? Yep. See, there it is. Figured he was waiting for that. Mm-hmm. I killed a 1/1. I didn't. It's delayed a bit. That's not a nice card. What is this nonsense? Do you see this nonsense? If a creature would deal combat damage to Iron Scale Hydra, prevent that. No, that's not Hydras. Prevent that damage and it gets bigger? No. That is not how Hydras were in original Magic. That is a stupid Hydra. That is a stupid card. That is not balanced. At all. The way the old Hydra worked was you paid. I did double block. Would be that you paid 2 mana and added a head to it. Or something like that. It was a XX casting cost. Well, that's great, but of course that Rimrock can't block. It's useless. 3, 4. Dude, just attack with everything. You know you want to. Hey, look, the Hydra gets bigger. No, I'm dead. That's alright. What do you mean it deals no damage? It deals damage. Yeah. I was screwed on mana. I was at 3 mana for half the game. There was nothing I could do with that. I mean, a green or a green red deck with mana screwed? That's not supposed to happen. That's why they have all those creatures. I have those creatures in my deck that provide mana. I've got like 10 of them and none of them showed up. That was an incredibly unlucky draw. Still a good win for the guy, but, unlucky draw. Alright, let's try one more of these. Are you building a deck, Vezir? Alright. Send me a friend request. If you're looking on the stream, that's my friend thing. Okay, that works. Yeah, send me an ad. Friend ad. Alright, what do we got? Uh-huh. And then you and I can direct challenge. So that we can play. And then you can stomp me also. But at least that way, I'll be getting stomped by somebody that's actually held an Arabian Nights card in their hand. Like originally. So I won't feel as bad. Or at least I'll keep telling myself that. Like an original print. Veza says, let's be friends. I accept, sir. I don't know what people refer to as meta and stuff. Like if you described some of it to me, sure, but I don't know what people called the metas. I wasn't that into it. I didn't do tournament play or anything like that. But that's not nice. All the things. You can probably purchase all the things. Okay. Well, thanks for hanging out, Gecko. Have a good night. I appreciate. I had fun playing Magic with you. No, no. They say that's a great deal because they want you to spend the money. No, don't kill my giant with a 1/1 creature. It's embarrassing. I just lost my giant to a tiny little 1/1. Oh. But no, I was a casual player of Ezzer. I was not didn't go to tournaments, didn't like live and breathe the stuff. I played with my buddies. That was about it. He keeps killing my creatures with these little guys. Just pluses them up for a turn. Makes me sad. Fine. I kill your creatures. We'll stare across an empty battlefield at each other. What? Okay, fine. You will keep it. Did anybody catch what his emote said? I didn't even see it. Hello? Why would he say hello? Okay. Hey, Crazy Time. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're enjoying the stream. All right, let's see. What we got? Sure, let's make a human blocker. Since this dwarf can't block. And I shall live one more turn. That's all I need. Just one more turn. And then suddenly I will draw the magic card. Yeah, the magic card that will let me live. By the way, yes, Vezzer? You were saying, sir? Oh, this one's just a pre-made. It's the Stomp Stomp deck. I can hear you instantly. I think you hear me on a delay, actually. Did you just call me Felicia? My own mod just by Felicia'd me. Savage. Savage. Oh, that hurt. Yeah, let's do this. All right. I challenge you, sir. Mwah. Don't mute it. Hey, Vela, would you tell him not to mute it, please? That way we can actually talk. Great. Now we can actually hear each other. We're not going to go back to that first 15 minutes of you being in the Discord. Play a standard one if you can, rather than historic. Pretty please. Historic has stupid stuff in it. Okay. I mean, I'm probably still going to lose horribly, but that's okay. All right. I can work with that. The first hand it offered me was like, hey, how would you like to start with no mana at all? I know the game can't see it, but I gave it a very dirty look. Ah, don't click the wrong window. There we go. All right, let's do this. All right, so that Fabled Passage. Is it just because then you can control what mana you start with? Like, is that the point of it? I don't know. Cart. See, I don't see it that way. I see it as actually diluting your deck because you've got another card. It's okay. It seems like it dilutes your deck, though, to me, because it adds another card that's not actually a mana card that serves no other purpose. So it's two cards instead of the one card for the same effect, if that makes sense. See, right. That doesn't remove two cards, though, because it adds that card in. At best, it's a wash. So I'm not sure mathematically if it really works out that well. I mean, I would rather add in some creatures that will produce extra mana, or something like the red hand multicolor card that lets you look at and play extra lands from your library. Because that seems to me like it, lets you thin out the deck and deploy more mana faster. I mean, yeah, okay, I see how it discards some down, but mm-hmm. You got to remember though that some of those are duplicates, so it works out a little different for the mix in terms of percentage probability of getting each individual card. It's not 1 out of 80. It's a trade-off. Now, like I said, I'm not an expert, and the things I say could absolutely be wrong. I am not an authority on this stuff at all. Man, Gecko and JMath and everybody gone. It got a lot quieter in here. You still here, Villa? I mean, we can talk about things other than the game, too. Alright, so what did that card do? Creature's controller reveals cards from the top of their library until they reveal a creature card. Then you put that card onto the battlefield and shuffle the rest. Okay, so it makes... That's a pretty cool card, actually. That Harmonious Archon. It's pretty neat. I mean, it's got to go, but it's pretty neat. Can't be having that shit on my battlefield. So do you play a lot of cards that are like search your library or that kind of thing? Vezir. Okay. Hmm. Lots of token generation or lots of direct damage? What, the little boops? Those are fine. But when you do that, you're supposed to say boop the nose. Boop the snoot? Okay, sorry. Boop the snoot. Boop the nose, boop the snoot, whatever. They can. Like this. Boop the nose. Oh, nice. Nice little block. It's cute. Seems like in well, it seems like in this new stuff, there's a lot more ability to take actions not on your turn. A lot more ways to impact the battlefield than there were when I played Magic. You can hear that? My mic is entirely too sensitive. I'm sorry. No, I liked that creature. I liked him. That was mean, Vezir. That was not nice. Although you were taking an awful long time here. Yep. Darn Archon again. I need one of those Archons. Really? Wait, why was it? Oh, what? What? It debuffs creatures down to 3/3 too? Oh, that's mean. I did not realize that. You couldn't get that last bit of damage in there? Definitely need to get me one of those Archons. That's a great card. Which set is that? How many of those guys do you have? Or are you bringing them back from the graveyard? Yeah, yeah, I've got 1 hit point. I know. So how many of those Archons do you have in your deck? And what set are they from? Yeah, yeah. Gloat. Now answer the question. What set are they from? Throne. That's fine. Yeah, I just want to see if I can make that Archon. No, that's a mythic rare. And you're just like, oh, I got 4 of them. I think I have 1 mythic rare card. Period. One mythic rare card. Period. That's what I got. Gift. I got nothing to trade for those. I'll trade you a typhoid rat for that. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And some of these cards are so unbalanced. Like, whenever you gain life, put that many +1/+1 counters. What? It's so unbalanced. Yeah, I'll keep them. Oh. I don't know. What do you think, Vezer? Is this or chat? Do you guys, for those of you who might have played old school Magic, do you think that they've just given up on card balance, or do you like the balance now? I know you can't see the thing because you're not cheating. I'm talking about before 2010. You're a decade ahead of where I'm talking about. I'm talking about like mid late 90s. Yeah, you're too far ahead. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about mid late 90s. And I'm seeing some turn 3 beat downs with this stuff. Like I had multiple cards that doubled power of a creature, and I doubled a 9/9 because I was able to plus it up to 9/9 with mana, and then drop two doubles on it. Yeah. Drop two double powers on it on turn 3. I cast 6 spells the whole match. That's it. That's unbalanced as hell. And hey, by the way, if I get distracted with the talking or whatnot, um, and I miss my go, just say move it obvious or something like that. There's no timer on the friend games, I don't think. Wow, I think this is my longest stream I've ever done. No wonder I'm hungry. I went right through lunch. It was about time for me to go get some lunch 2 hours ago. What is that thing? I mean, yeah, other than getting horribly beat down over and over again, but yeah, fun. A place. I understand. I understand, but I don't tell anyone ever. Okay, you explain, I play. Chip out. If Vezir will click. For telling people, but that's not my time zone. Something like that. He's like, I'm bored. Too much explanations. I don't need this mystery in my life. Yep. I have leftovers. I'm gonna go heat up some leftovers for lunch. What is that weird looking thing? No, it is not. What the hell is that thing? Exotic creature. The guy looks weird and gross. Is it a statue made of bodies? Ugh. Weird. Okay. Yeah, that thing's really weird. Ugh. You're still not saying the boop. You're supposed to say boop the nose. Anything under 4 damage is a boop. Alright, let's see. You just said boop, though. You just said boop. It counts. It still counts. Alright, well, get that out. Not kick it. Yeah, seems to be where I live, at least today. Always 3 mana. Alright, I'll get you, goat. Go away, goat. You sacrificed it before I could kill it. Okay. Suppose at least you get something out of it. Wait. What? Your goat sacrifice tried to crash my computer. Also, you should not be able to use those abilities when your creature's tapped. Do, 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 do. Doodle 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 doodle. Alright, what are you? Can't block if it was kicked. Oh. Wait, so after that thing dies, if you play a land, you can cast it from your graveyard? Am I reading that right? That's messed up. No. No yeet yeet skeet skeet. That's so much worse than boop. Boop is cool. Alright. That's it? Okay. No. Can't be having you do that. I said, no, 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 no. This is my priest. You can't break my priest. It's not allowed. Bad Vezzer. Oh, probably not. And he can attack first turn. That's not a nice card, dude. You're right. I don't like you for that one. I mean, you think you get to do it every turn, but okay, sure. I mean, you might not say that if you could see my hand, but okay, sure. Let's go with that. I mean, I'll grant you I'm stuck on 3 mana for sure. Well, it would be nice to have 1 more mana. That would help a great deal. Yeah, 3/3 me to death. Hey, look. You want to bet it's another mythic rare? All right, come on, Vezzer. Speed it up. It's not that complicated to win at this point. I need to go get some lunch. Time for some food. You gonna be around for a bit, Vela, or are you going to bed after this? Yeah, that is one way to get rid of him. Honestly, you picked the wrong one, though, dude. Why did you do that? You could have won right there. Each player loses 1 life and draws a card. Wow. All my board clears, no mana to cast it. I mean, we would maybe get 1 or 2 more turns out of it with me at 1 life, but there's no point to that. You should play optimally. Play to win. Yeah, but if you have the chance to win and then you leave your opponent at 1, that's basically just saying I have no respect for you. I mean, dude, we fought it out. And you got down to 9, but if you've got the win, take the win. We can play another match, you know? Don't just leave me hanging. But yes, it is time for food. I'm glad you joined the Discord. Thank you for the games. What? No. Good lord. Normally I only do a 2-hour stream. That's ridiculous. But cool hanging out. Long past. Long past. Yeah. All right. Well, I don't think we actually need to hit the magic like 5 hours. All right. Well, you last gate ball? Okay, that'll kill another 30 seconds. Thank you everybody for coming and joining me. I really appreciate it. Had fun playing some magic and all that. And yeah, this is fun. A little bit different streaming magic instead of just doing the story time. Hopefully you guys come join me for story time too. And we're doing a watch party tomorrow, so come watch some cool movie. And we'll catch all of you another time. Have an excellent day and an excellent night. Good night.